I think we're good.
Are we live?
We are.
Okay. I have the Knights of Columbus. There we go. Okay, welcome to the inaugural Informing Catholic Families webinar hosted by your Tennessee Knights of Columbus State Council. I'm John Lombardo, and I will be hosting this event for you today. Without any further ado, I would like to begin my introduction for our first speaker. Our first speaker is Jace Downey. Jace is an adversity alchemist, lovingly guiding others to transform their trauma into triumph. Wearing her own scars as proudly and publicly as her most recent tattoos, Jace exemplifies empowered living through self-acceptance. She is a dynamic explorer of sexuality, spirituality, and humanity. Founder of the Illuminatorium, a trauma-informed play academy for healing and thriving, Jace supports people in discovering their true selves and living by their own rules. Get more from Jace at jacedowney.com. Now, let me see if I can get her talk to play. Can you see it on your end, guys?
No.
Hold on.
Looks like he dropped off, Father. You want to try to fill some space real quick?
Sure.
Sorry.
Sure. That's okay. So today, all of our speakers are going to be talking about different approaches and realities when it comes to identity and sexuality. And I think one of the most important things to remember, as I think you'll hear from at least myself, if not the others, is that all these things, we're encountering the experiences of another person and their identity, how they perceive what they've experienced, how they wish to be perceived. And so these truths they're very much real, right? They're subjective insofar as my experience is different than your experience, and I can never truly walk a mile in your shoes. And yet at the same time, we have to bring them into conformity with what God has revealed and reality as it exists. And so as we're approaching these things, and I would say even, especially when you're approaching your children, talking about these things in the modern world, is we do so with reverence for the experience that the individual has. When somebody comes to me in my capacity as a chaplain and associate director of Courage, one thing I've learned from my confrere, Father Bachansky, is share with me your story. I would like to hear your story. What is the story of how you came to understand yourself in this way, that you see these things as important? Why are they important to you? What meaning, what values do you take out of them? How do you feel about those meanings? How do you feel about those values? Is there tension internally? These kind of conversations allow us to understand, to a certain extent, where this person's coming from, why they've chosen a particular label to say, oh, I'm gay, or I'm trans, or I'm a beloved child of God and I have temptations. And we, in coming to this story and in hearing these things, receiving them in a good and charitable way, we're able to then affirm them in who they are. Affirmation is a very important part of our lives. It's that feeling when we're loved for who we are, not for anything we do or something we produce or bring to a relationship, but that feeling in which the other person looks at us and loves us just for who we are. The mother gazing upon in the eyes of the child, and the child gazing back. Husband and wife, sharing a gaze across the room as their children are around them. Those pieces of affirmation, they help form how we view the world, the beliefs that we have. Those are instilled by imitation of our parents, and then by affirming our children in those beliefs from a very young age, and teaching them why they're so important and how to conform our lives to them, not in a rigid sort of necessarily rubrical way, but in a loving way, right? We don't go to mass on Sunday because we fear mortal sin. We go to mass on Sunday because we love our Lord and we love our neighbor. And so in doing so, over time, what happens is the individual begins to try on different roles, seek out different groups of people. Who am I? Where do I belong? How is this important to me? This especially happens during adolescence. During adolescence, we begin to try on roles as like a jacket, right? Am I the class clown? Am I the athlete? But part of what we're doing is we're trying to figure out how it actually fits with our personality, which is, the way we feel about our experiences up until now and how we've been affirmed in our beliefs. But also, how do people perceive us when we claim that? For instance, I'm a little bit bigger guy. If I claim that I'm an athlete and that's part of my identity, but I never go to the gym and I don't play sports, well, then it's not very much of my identity, unless, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't reflect reality. And so that what we're trying to do during that time is figure out how it fits with reality and listen to the social cues and the familial cues that affirm us in those things that we proclaim that are good and holy and in conformity with reality and divine revelation, to integrate those desires into us.
Right.
So kind of continuing, I think I'm just going to continue down part of my talk right now while we're having a couple technical issues. So I'm just going to kind of dive in.
Father, I hate to interrupt you, but
Oh.
I think we're over it. And so I
Okay,
think
very
we can
good
get
then.
started with Jace's talk.
Well, then we'll come back to my talk later.
Great. Absolutely. We will. I mean, 100%. But to keep people from breathing down my neck, I'm going to try my best to make up these 10 minutes
Go for
that
it.
we've experienced difficulties. So I'm going to redo Jace's introduction so that it's still fresh on our brain. And so that when Justin hopefully goes back and re-edits this, he doesn't have to snip together different pieces. So I'm going to say Jace's introduction, and we're going to hop into her video. So let me get that up here. So Jace Downey is an adversity alchemist, lovingly guiding others to transform their trauma into triumph. Wearing her own scars as proudly and publicly as her most recent tattoos, Jace exemplifies empowered living through self-acceptance. She is a dynamic explorer of sexuality, spirituality, and humanity. Founder of the Illuminatorium, a trauma-informed play academy for healing and thriving, Jace supports people in discovering their true selves and living by their own rules. Get more from Jace at jacedowney.com. So now, let me see if I could share her video without kicking myself out again. Father, we might need you to hop into your, maybe rearrange things around because hold on, let me make entirely sure here. It was working before, I promise, although everyone says that. Audio. There we go.
sex,
Can you hear that, Father?
Yes.
passion, power, bliss, danger, temptation, union, sin, love, lust, lost, pleasure, pain, creation, compulsion, risk, death, ecstasy, sex. No other word in the English language encompasses so much and can mean so many different things to each of us. Because sex is such a big word, I'll define it and how it's being used in this talk. When I say sex, I am referring to any and all thoughts and actions in the sexual realm, from ideation to intercourse, oral to orgasm, masturbation to marital bliss. If you can think it or do it in the sexual realm, we're going to put all of that under the umbrella term sex. Sexuality is our personal capacity for everything that lives under that umbrella. Sex is the what we're going to be discussing today. But first, we need to address the why. Let's be honest, we are delving into some pretty uncomfortable territory today. We have invited all of the elephants into the room. In order to get through that, we first need to understand our why. Why are you here? Perhaps, like me, you've had experiences in the sexual realm that left you feeling separate from God, and you're worried that'll happen again or happen to someone you know. You may feel uncomfortable with your own sexual desire or actions. Believe me, you are not alone on that one. I imagine if we were all in the same room and had the courage, most of us would raise our hands for that. You might know someone who seems to have lost their way and you're hoping to be a light in their darkness. If you're like me, you can get overwhelmed by the amount of sexual content that's available and how easily accessible it is to anyone with an internet connection, which of course includes our kids and their peers these days. Like many of us, you might feel lost and afraid in what can seem like an insurmountable problem. I encourage each of you to tap into why you're here. Consider what your goal is for this conference. What are you hoping to gain? What would you like to walk away with? What is so important to you that you will take time out of your life to be here discussing these difficult topics? We're going to take a minute to do this together before we go any further. Settle into your chair. I invite you to take a deep breath and close your eyes if you're comfortable doing so. It's okay if it feels a little bit silly. Take a nice, deep inhale. As you exhale, allow your shoulders to drop, your jaw to relax. Take another deep breath. Find and release whatever tension is in your body. Now, the deepest breath you've taken all day. Really fill your chest and belly. Now sigh it out all the way. Just release whatever you don't want to carry with you today. Now bring your attention to the center of your chest and listen to your heart as well as your mind to set your goal for the day. Why are you here? I'll be silent for a few moments to allow that to surface. Once you've got it, I welcome you to open your eyes and come on back. If you have pen and paper, go ahead and write it down. That way you can revisit it throughout the day. If you don't, that's okay. Just write it on your heart and check in with it as we go along. I imagine we all want some version of the same thing, to live a life that is satisfying, happy, healthy, and aligned with our personal values. A life that gives us the best chance of fulfilling our highest potential in a way that honors Creator and creation. Whatever your reason for being here, and I hope you really dug deep, wrap your heart and head around it so you have something to hang on to when the discomfort becomes too much, or you feel those walls coming up around your currently held beliefs. Those things are going to happen, I guarantee it. And when they do, remember why you're here. And most importantly, remember that you're not here alone. Now that you know why you're here, it's time I tell you why I'm here. I'm not going to give this talk with some secret agenda. There is no big surprise reveal at the end. Why am I here? On some level, I believe we all know that our sexuality is part of our humanity, this vessel within which we come to know God. When we exile our sexuality, we close ourselves off from developing an intimate, joyous relationship with God and our whole selves. I'm here because I know firsthand what it feels like to live life without that. I know what's at risk when we tear apart our sexuality from our spirituality. I hardly survived it. I was 5 years old when my dad first became sexual with me. I was 5 years old when I began living a double life that would span over 2 decades, fueled by sexual shame. I was 5 years old when the seeds were planted in me that would later sprout into sexual harm towards others. At 5 years old, I began a silent prayer for God to save me or kill me. A prayer that would continue ceaselessly for over 20 years. The things we are talking about today are the lessons I began learning as that 5-year-old child. I'm here, so no one else has to learn them the way I did. Now you know why I'm here. So grab onto why you're here, because here we go. We are going to be covering a lot of material today. So take in what you can and refer back to the recording later when you need to. I wonder if you can remember receiving the talk when you were younger. How old were you? Who gave it to you? Do you remember what information was shared? How did you feel while it was going on? I'll be honest, I don't remember the talk my mom gave me, but I'll never forget the talk my mom received. My mama grew up on a farm in Iowa. One day in adolescence, she's walking across the yard with her mom, who, without stopping, points to 2 pigs mating and says, "That's sex, that's where babies come from," and then proceeded to continue with the day's chores. End of talk. I think we can all admit that some pretty crucial information was left out that day. Actually, there's one area that gets left out of most of our conversations about sex. But don't worry, we're going to rectify that right now. When I say sex, what part of your body comes to mind? Maybe it's your skin, that full body connection. Perhaps you thought of your hands, exchanging gentle caresses. Did anyone become really aware of their mouth, that amazing part of us that can receive a lover's kiss and express our wants, needs, and boundaries? I'd be curious to know how many minds migrated south. Fear not, we won't do a hand raise on that one. Who thought of our body's largest sexual organ? I am, of course, referring to the brain. If we had any doubt before this talk, we know now that sex can be many things. However, it does remain a physical process that's happening in a very real way in the brain and body. At bare minimum, most of us were given some information about the reproductive system, our genitals, and what we could expect during puberty. But who here was told that everything under that sex umbrella would light up your brain like a county fair on the 4th of July? At what age, if any, were you taught that the brain registers sex in the same areas that dictate our hunger, thirst, emotions, fear, cognitive function, and our survival? Did mom or dad explain that the brain responds to sex in the same way as the most powerful synthetic drugs? Was it at home, church, or school that you were taught sex could and would impact your body's developmental process? Who explained to you that the hormones associated with sex would alter your view of reality? Don't worry, I'm not about to sit you down for the talk. And we're not going to go into a lengthy technical discussion of the amygdala or hypothalamus or our brain's gray matter. We are, however, going to just do a brief overview of the impact sex has on one area of the brain specifically. Why? Because sex has the most profound physiological effect on us, and boy, can it cause a lot of trouble when we're not mindful of this. As humans, we came equipped with an internal system of safety, the limbic system, better known as our fight, flight, freeze system, which includes a system for motivation built in called the reward system. It encourages us to engage in certain behaviors that help ensure our survival by rewarding us with feel-good chemicals like dopamine and endorphins. And you guessed it, sex triggers this system in a big way. You might be thinking, yeah, but Chase, we don't need sex to survive. And you're right, of course, but our species does. So the brain went ahead and incentivized this as well. In fact, even just the anticipation of sexual things triggers those receptors for the feel-good chemicals. So far, so good, right? Who doesn't like a reward? Well, we started running into issues with this when our world became full of abundance and resources weren't hard to get, like before you could pick up your meal through your car window or arrange for sex on an app. Nonetheless, these things still trigger the reward function of the limbic system for our survival. This system is being triggered at rates never expected. Every time that button gets pushed, we get our reward and the limbic system is alerted. For anyone like me who has a background of adverse childhood experiences, the brain has a deficiency in those feel-good chemicals and increased functioning in the parts of the brain that deal with things like stress and vigilance. So those feel-good chemicals feel even better in our brains and bodies, and the desire for them is higher as the brain tries to balance the system. So what do? We push that button any chance we get. And what happens when you push that button any chance you get? The feel-good experience decreases. What's the solution? To push the button more often and find new buttons that trigger the feel-goods. All the while, the survival system is engaged and links whatever is causing that trigger, drugs like cocaine or behaviors like sex, with very real survival. Over time, the brain becomes convinced that this substance or behavior is required for life. This is where compulsion and addiction come into the mix. We're touching on this as part of our talk today because it is very real, yet not discussed very often. You may have heard of people who will risk their livelihood, relationships, social standing, or physical well-being for a substance or behavior. And yes, this can include sex. Maybe you even have someone in your family who does seemingly insane things. This is why. When the brain links that substance or behavior to survival, it overrides everything to keep them alive. Of course, there's no actual threat to one's life, But the brain doesn't know that because it has been wired to link that behavior with staying alive. In active addiction, it really does feel like life or death, and people will do unspeakable things the further down that path they go. Not because they're bad people or have no morals. It's an actual malfunction of the brain and body. We don't have enough time in our talk today to dive into this fully, but it's crucial to mention because of how serious and prevalent it is in our world today. And it begins a lot younger than you think. I also bring it up because it was never discussed with me, and I spent years destroying my life and discarding my soul. You see, I'd been told that I had to be mindful of alcohol because addiction ran in our family. Boy, did I think I was clever when I discovered sex offered a greater high and a deeper numbing. I thought I had found a loophole in the self-medicating conundrum. All the escape, none of the consequences. I was wrong. Sex addiction is very real, very serious, and very treatable. If you need more info in this area, I want to direct you to a free Introduction to Sex Addiction course on my website, jacedowney.com/sex addiction course. I also have dozens of videos on this topic on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/jacedowney. If you're concerned about your sexual behaviors or your relationship with sex, trust me, you are not alone, and there are solutions. It's not that no one else is experiencing it, we're just not talking about it. And believe me, not talking about something doesn't make it go away, despite everything my Midwestern Irish Catholic family will tell you. Undoubtedly, addiction can be destructive, but there is a component surrounding sex that's even more dangerous. Silence. For a nation known to sexualize everything, sex is noticeably missing from our conversations. As a result of a strict religious past and a Victorian era that has overstayed its welcome, sex got pushed into the shadows and has been in exile there ever since. We could spend several days discussing why this is so dangerous, but I think Thomas More sums it up nicely in The Soul of Sex when he says, "Take sex out of the world we live in daily, and it will become a giant, unsettling force. Leave something in the shadows long enough, and it will grow into darkness." I absolutely understand that this is an uncomfortable area. It's considered impolite and even offensive to some. Heck, in the Victorian era, the height of polite society, many women went into their wedding night never even having heard of a penis, let alone what to expect from it. You'd think men would be better off since they were actually able to get an education, but that's not entirely true either. In his 1841 book, Medical Counselings, Robert James Culver scientifically explains the miracle of life as follows. The male is destined to furnish a peculiar fecundating secretion and is accordingly provided with glands to prepare some fluid and a conduit to convey the same to its proper destination, while the female, being the recipient, possesses an organ capable of effecting a mysterious yet specific change upon the fluid so deposited. Now, in case there were too many sciencey phrases in there, let me put it into layman's terms. Men have these glands that prepare this fluid stuff, which goes into women that have a magical organ that turns the fluid into a baby, much like an easy bake oven. Boom. Science. We laugh, but this wasn't that long ago, and it's the foundation on which we've built our sexual culture and understanding. I would love to say that we have come a long way since then, but we are still a frighteningly ignorant lot when it comes to sex. I mean, sure, we know that the female reproductive system isn't just a penis with a baby in it, like this 19th century diagram shows, but there are still men and women who don't know where the clitoris is, and people still believe you can't get pregnant in water, which you can, by the way. Let's call it. Our quiet approach to sex doesn't seem to be serving us as a whole. So who's ready to try a new one? Because here's the thing, there are people who approach sex openly, but are they the people you want guiding your children? Without question, the loudest voice in the sexual conversation is the porn industry. Oh yeah, there was no way we were getting through this conversation without discussing pornography. Porn is the elephant in the room, wearing a light up tie, dancing the Charleston, banging a tambourine. Unfortunately, porn is not just an issue for us adults. The most recent studies show that the average age a person is exposed to pornography is 11 years old. And they don't have to go looking for it. Pornographic content can be found everywhere. Sites like Pornhub and OnlyFans, sure, but also Facebook, TikTok, Tumblr, Snapchat, Instagram, movies, TV shows, animation, books, magazines, apps. There's even one company experimenting with skywriting. But is it really that big of a deal? Well, you remember that reward system with all those buttons? Yeah, now picture a kid who's just discovered what happens when you ring the doorbell on Halloween. The response that happens in the brain when we view pornographic content is so overwhelmingly intense, it shuts down normal bodily functions and alters our physical development. Not to mention the impact it has on us emotionally, mentally, socially, and spiritually. I don't know if you've ever watched 8 hours of pornography straight, but I have. Let me tell you, it'll change you. So why do kids look at pornography? Is it to feel aroused? No. It's to explore their natural sexual curiosity that is not being honored at home. There will not come a time where humans aren't curious about or interested in sex. It comes built in. Removing the healthy outlet for that curiosity does not remove the curiosity. I know we don't like to think about kids as sexual beings, but they are. Back in the day, they were having children as young teenagers or even earlier. It wasn't a crisis, it was common. That's why puberty happens at that age and not at 25, like many of us would want it to. If you don't hold a safe, loving, shame-free space for your kids' sexual curiosity, they will explore it elsewhere. Like many kids who grew up in homes where sex wasn't discussed outside of sex is bad, don't do it until marriage, I learned about it from pornography. And unless you want your kids learning that violence is sexy, consent is optional, connection is undesirable, and the more people, the merrier, I highly recommend you invite conversations about sex to the family table. And you know what the coolest thing about that is? When you facilitate the conversation, you actually get a say in what they're learning. Now, if you're thinking that talking to your kids about sex will make them aware of it, encourage them to engage in it, or imply that you're okay with any and all sexual behavior, you're wrong. Study after study shows the kids least likely to have sex are those who hear about it at home regularly. Oh, and you know it doesn't happen when you have a candid conversation about sex with your parents? Your brain doesn't get flooded with all those addictive chemicals. Your mind gets fed with accurate information that helps you honor yourself, respect others, and make informed decisions that align with your values. Now, before we leave the topic on pornography, I'm going to say one more thing. I know this seems obvious to us as informed adults, but some pretty yucky things can happen when this isn't just out on the table. Sex in real life is not like sex in pornography. Gross, Jace. Nobody wants to tell that to their kid. I know. But we also know the likelihood of them watching porn is really high. So it's better to just have this out on the table for their sake as much as their beloved partner down the line. Not to mention the amount of comparison going on when watching porn. We think social media impacts how they see themselves. Ooh, now plug that into about a gazillion watts and strap it to a rocket. We know that what is happening in porn and the way people look in porn isn't real, but the brain doesn't, especially the developing brain. So it's better to just have this all out on the table so they know. For more on this, I highly recommend the documentary from Fight the New Drug called Brain, Heart, World. You can check it out for free on brainheartworld.org. All right, remember those other elephants we invited? We'll scooch on over because they are stepping into the spotlight. I'm going to say some things that we don't like to admit or hear. Hug your why close because this may get uncomfortable. No, it's definitely going to get uncomfortable. Ready for that first elephant? Sex feels good. Sex feels good whether you are having it with the spouse you love or the person you just met at the gym. Sex feels good. Ooh, that is a parent's nightmare statement. But let's play it through using my own experience. The main thing that I took away about sex is that it's bad if you have it before marriage, God will be mad at you, and everything will be the worst. All right, that was scary enough to keep me away from it for a while. Then, just before college, I decided to have intercourse with my steady boyfriend. I was so nervous because I assumed it was going to feel terrible because sex was bad. But here's the thing, it didn't. It felt good. Why? Because sex feels good. So here's the unconscious thought process going on for me at 18. If bad things feel bad, but sex feels good, then sex must not be bad. Hooray! Let's have it at every possible opportunity. Oh, mind you, I had pretty much tuned out for any of the sex education in school because I thought, well, I'll be a virgin until marriage and my husband will have been a virgin until marriage, so I don't need any of this information. So now I'm having sex without any of the proper safety or health or care information involved. But that's not the worst part. I now believe that God fully hated me, and shame began to weave in. I would have sex, which feels good, but then I would feel shame, which feels terrible. So I'd have sex again to feel good. And the downward spiral began. So what if instead of being told sex is bad if you do it in the wrong ways and God will hate you, I was told this instead. Sex is a loving, sacred realm shared by consenting adults. Sex feels good. We have receptors all over our bodies that respond pleasurably to sex. Our bodies are amazing things to be cherished and nurtured. Being physically enjoyable isn't the only thing to consider with sex, though. It also creates chemical bonds between you and your partner. This reaction in the brain and body is very strong. It can shape how you perceive your world, how you feel about yourself, your wants, your goals, and how you experience your emotions. It can even turn into addiction. Pretty powerful stuff. When we engage in sexual activity, we're not just doing it on a physical level. Sex is a sacred responsibility because of the effect it has on the rest of our lives and our relationship with ourselves, others, and God. We open up a channel to experience God directly with sex. It's important that we do that mindfully and with someone who can honor it. The fact that it feels good is kind of just icing on the cake. Whoa, it's a very different mindset to grow up with as I come into my sexuality. Am I right? Our next elephant is a shadow creature. We do ourselves and our young people a disservice when we pretend sex lives in a tiny little box. Sex is a powerful force that can be and is used for many things. Yes, sex can be used for reproduction, love, to share affection and connection, to come together in loving union. But what about all the other things sex is used for that we don't like to talk about? Sex can be used for status, resources, safety, control, dominance, pleasure, escape. We have sex out of a sense of obligation or to feel accepted because we're afraid we'll be discarded if we don't. Sex can be used for competition, to gain popularity, to seek revenge, to decrease insomnia, to relax, to get ahead. Sex can be used to feel better or to feel nothing at all. If we don't address these shadow elements up front, we run the risk of sex being a catch-all for every perceived deficiency in ourselves and our lives. And it works for a time. Problem is, by the point we discover what's going on, we've opened ourselves and others up to deterioration at a soul level. Take it from me, that is a hard road to come back from. It's so much simpler to just discuss this up front so that this next generation doesn't fester in the shadows because they think they have found a solution for their hurt through sex. And if we think they aren't already trying, we are mistaken. Check out Peggy Orenstein's books, Girls and Sex and Boys and Sex, for a fascinating and frightening deep dive into kids today and how they view and approach sex. We're going to bring up a few elephants together now because they all have the same frightening result. They might be the most elephanty, so stick with me. We can be aroused by all kinds of things, including appearance, intelligence, kindness, and connection, as well as pain, degrading language, objects, body parts, role play, rope, losing control, taking control, and anything your imagination can conjure up. As humans, we can be aroused by pretty much anything. It's not necessarily a disorder. Humans are just sexual creatures. All sorts of weird stuff can happen surrounding sex. Weird sounds, smells, tastes, weird words being blurted out, unexpected reactions, things working, things not working, your lover's dog at the edge of the bed staring at you incessantly, or two dogs in my case. Sex stuff can be weird, and that's okay. Weird can even be fun and build intimacy. No consensual sexual thought or act is bad. There may be some that don't align with your personal values, but none are inherently bad. That is something we each must decide for ourselves, and we don't get to decide for anyone else. Let's all take a deep breath to allow that discomfort to dissipate, because understanding the impact of the silence and shame surrounding those above elephants is paramount. While working in the sexual healing space, there is one question I receive above all others. What's wrong with me? That's how the question is phrased, but what's actually being said is, I'm not normal. I am unlovable. I am not worthy of care, respect, or grace. There is something bad in me that makes me unacceptable to my family, community, or culture. Please fix me so I can be loved. That above all else breaks my heart. I lived most of my life believing those same things. That's sad for me and everyone else who can say the same, but let me break it down on why this is problematic for society as a whole, again using my own experience. I decided that there was something wrong with me pretty early on. It's a common conclusion for kids to come to when something hurtful is happening to them from the adults in their life. Why? Because it's essential that there's nothing wrong with you, the adult who I rely on for absolutely everything, including my life. So instead, I decide that there must be something wrong with me, that I am unlovable, unworthy, generally unacceptable. Harming a child is such an unnatural thing that even that child understands. This is not the natural order. Therefore, something must be off and it must be me, right? Our brains try to make sense of it. And that's what so many of us come to. Now, of course, this isn't a conscious thought process that's going on. We don't realize this in the moment. I mean, there was no breakthrough moment during all those years of abuse where little Jace thought, Oh, you're harming me because of your own unhealthy stuff that hasn't been dealt with. It doesn't have anything to do with me personally. Got it. No, I mean, I came to that realization as an adult, but it took many years. And in those years, I was walking around thinking I was unworthy of care, respect, and grace. And I let people treat me accordingly. And I treated them just the same way. Plus, I already believed God hated me from all the sexual activity beginning in childhood. So, how could I ever think anyone could love me? How was I going to ever love myself? No, instead, I was selfish, mean, manipulative, controlling, predatory, violent, erratic, and deceitful. Do we see why this isn't great for society that had to live with that version of me? Is it a stretch to see how it's not great for society to live with the countless others who were given the message, directly or indirectly, that there is something wrong with them, and they are now acting accordingly? That's what shame is, by the way. It's the painful internalization of the idea that there is something wrong with me. If you hear anything I say today, let it be this: shame is not a teaching tool, and it's not an effective way to guide people, even if it seems to get results at the moment. Shame can result from things said and not said, like the shame we feel about our body parts that never get mentioned. Shame is destructive to the person and violent to the soul. There is no room for shame in love. And St. John of the Cross reminds us that there is nothing better or more necessary than love. There aren't good people and bad people in the world. There are people who know they are worthy of love and act accordingly, and there are people who have been taught they are unworthy of love and act accordingly. Which do you think we are called to help others become? The most important thing I learned through all those painful years is that there is nothing wrong with me. And there's nothing wrong with you either. We don't have to be flawless to be lovable. To summarize, for healthier, safer families and communities, we've got to talk about sex in open, loving ways without judgment. This hypersexual world is what happens when we don't. Let your kids or congregants bring you their curiosities. And please have accurate, up-to-date information you can share in a shame-free way. Believe it or not, they want to talk to you about this stuff. And there are profound benefits in having an open dialogue. Which brings us to our last elephant. Sexual abuse, assault, and misconduct are far more common than we like to admit, and they occur in every demographic. This may be where breaking the silence is most important. Openly discussing sex with your kids signals to them that it's okay for them to discuss it with you. I didn't tell anyone what happened to me until I was 29 years old. I never even implied something had gone on. Why didn't I tell anyone? Like many kids in that situation, I thought I had done something wrong, that I was to blame, that I was bad, that there was something wrong with me. My dad never told me any of that. People who sexually abuse kids from homes where sex is not discussed don't actually have to. I didn't understand why we didn't talk about sex in my family, but I did understand to stay silent about it because everyone else around me was. Even if I had gotten the notion to say something, I wouldn't have been able to because I didn't have the language for it. Nobody had given it to me. This stuff isn't common sense. What is common and has been the norm for countless generations is silence. As a child, had my dad been able to discuss the abuse that was happening to him, the likelihood of it being passed down to me would have been very small. There just isn't safety in silence. For the first time in human history, we are starting to learn just how widespread the effects of sexual silence are. This unhealthy sexual world we're in is a result of generations of silence. I know talking about sex is uncomfortable. It's scary. It is certainly awkward. It can even be political. But we've got to get over it. Not talking to kids about sex didn't result in them avoiding it. it turned into increased unplanned pregnancy, rising rates of STIs, assault, harassment, sex as a social transaction starting younger and younger, and a hookup culture where kids pass out oral sex like handshakes. And those are just the effects we can track. We'll never fully know the impact this has had on us intangibly as individuals or as a whole. The data is in. To remain silent at this point as members of our families or members of our larger communities is unrealistic and irresponsible. Who here wants their son to be the guy to avoid on campus because he thinks no means push harder? Or does anyone want their daughter engaging in degrading activity because she never learned how to express her wants, needs, or boundaries, or that she was even allowed to have them? That she sees how women are treated in porn and thinks that's normal? Or she doesn't even believe she's worthy of loving care because she has sexual desire in the first place and then lets people treat her accordingly, like I did. Can you begin to imagine how heartbroken my own mom was to learn I had prepared for my suicide? Because after 20 years, the sexual pain and shame had gotten to be too much. Because no one was talking about it, I believed I wasn't allowed to talk about it. I was willing to die before risking the loss of my mom's love, respect, or acceptance. There is no safety in silence. Breaking the silence saved me. Speaking up about my sex stuff, first privately and then publicly, gave me a life I could never have imagined. And it led me to discover the truth about sex, which I will share with you in just a minute. The reality is, sex is incredibly powerful in its ability to transcend our humanity as well as connect us with it, its capacity for harm as much as healing, and its unique potential to unite us with the divine. When do you feel most connected to God? You may experience it while engaging in the rhythm of ritual. For some people, it's during early morning contemplation. Others feel closest through song. Perhaps being embraced in the community during service is when you feel that. Who feels most connected when they have sex with God? Now, if that question just made your entire body tense up, let me ask it another way. What is at risk when we have sex without God? Biblical scholar David Carr gives us a concise answer. Sexuality and spirituality are intricately interwoven. When one is impoverished, the other is warped. There is some kind of crucially important connection between the journey toward God and the journey toward coming to terms with our own sexual embodiment. Sexuality without spirituality is incomplete and will always leave a hungry space to be filled, an endless longing to be entirely consumed in union. The same is true for spirituality without sexuality. Father Richard Rohr rightly proclaims, to attain a whole and truly passionate sexuality is hard and holy work. So people, let's get to work. Let's get to work to ensure no other precious 5-year-old has to be harmed, because instead they are being properly cared for by informed, loving adults who are brave enough to put their discomfort aside for the well-being of their family. Let's get to work in creating a world in which our energy isn't invested in fear surrounding the sinfulness of sex, but in celebrating the sacredness of sex. Let's get to work in uniting our sexuality with our spirituality so we can live as whole integrated beings. The Catholic Theological Society says our sexual actions must aim to be self-liberating, other-enriching, honest, faithful, socially responsible, life-serving, and joyous. But what do you say? After everything you've learned, what do you wish would have been discussed with you when you were younger? That is your homework assignment. As uncomfortable as it may be, I invite you to reinvent the talk. Courageously investigate your sexual beliefs, the lessons you were taught, and your relationship between sexuality and spirituality. Write it all down, and when you're ready, deliver it to yourself in a lavishly loving way. Perhaps it even becomes the updated talk you share with your family. Here's the truth I learned about sex that I had to travel down many dark alleys to discover. Our sexuality is our spirituality, incarnated in the miraculous temple of our human body. Sexuality is a sacred channel with which we personally experience God. To separate from our sexuality is to sever our intimate connection with the divine. To segregate our spirituality is to dishonor our holy human experience. We can't be whole without both, not as individuals and not as a society. So let's get to work on empowering sexual solutions, starting right here. Thank y'all so much for inviting me into your homes and hearts today. I am Jace Downey. You can find more from me or contact me at jacedowney.com. And in case you happen to forget, as we all do from time to time, you are loved and you are more than enough, just as you are today.
What a wonderful talk by Jace, and I'm so glad she gave it. I think there were a lot of great takeaways, don't you, Father?
Indeed, indeed. Very much,
So-
where I'm going to jump off from. So
Good,
No, I
good.
propose.
Well, if you'll allow me to give you a brief introduction, we can jump into your talk as well, if that's okay.
sure.
Okay. So where did I put? There it is. Okay. So courage is an apostolate which offers support for those who experience same-sex attractions and it's for their loved ones. Ordained a priest of the Diocese of Knoxville in 2014, Father Blatchford received his BA in philosophy from Ave Maria University in 2006 and completed his seminary training at Kenrick Glennon Seminary in St. Louis, Missouri. Father Blatchford began serving as Associate Director of the Courage Apostolate on September 8th, 2020. Prior to receiving this appointment, Father Blatchford had been the chaplain for Courage and Encourage in his home diocese of Knoxville, a position which he held for 2.5 years. He has been aware of the work of Courage for 15 years, since first meeting Father Harvey at Ave Maria University in Florida. So, Father, I think that takes it off, and it's over to you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, John. Just kind of a little bit more of a clarification. So Chattanooga is where I was born and grew up. I'm one of 10 kids. So if any of y'all are in Chattanooga, you probably know my family. Or we went to St. Stephen's with Father McGinnity and then down to the Basilica. And that's where I was assigned for about 7 years before I came up here. So what I'd like to talk about, the title is Our Children's Identity in a Hypersexualized World. And kind of what Jace was talking about is this, the reward system that we have. And when we were having some trouble with the video, I was talking about how we form our identity. So this reward system that we have is very important in the development of our personality. And I'm sure all y'all listening are familiar with the attitude of a 2-year-old when they first come to the knowledge of like autonomy, right? No, I can do this. And they imitate mom and dad and they try and do it like mom and dad does it, but they also integrate it into themselves. They kind of synthesize it. They don't exactly mimic, but they kind of interpret what mom and dad do. The little girl taking care of the baby like mom does, right? But it's still her own way of doing it. So throughout life, we're kind of forming this stable sense of self. It's about adolescence when we start getting into the abstract thoughts of beliefs and values and how do I hold this belief and have this action that's not congruent with it, right? I believe that, good people don't lie, and yet I'm lying. If it's something I'm doing consistently, there becomes this big tension. And so what happens is we begin to assess those things that most kind of influence the way that we see ourselves. So when we're younger, our parents and stable adults in our life, we form relationships with us, and the psychology calls these attachment bonds. So that's where we receive most of our love, that affirmation I mentioned before, that feeling of being loved for who we are, secure in our own sense of self. And about adolescence, that's when we start looking outside of those to our peers. And so this is why I want to say all that to kind of prepare for discussing a child's identity in the hypersexualized world, because, as Jace noted, pornography is very common. The average age of exposure is about 8 to 10 years old in the modern world. Let me say that again. The average age of exposure to pornography is 8 to 10 years old. I know guys who are network analysts, security gurus when it comes to computers, and they don't trust their kids because they know there is no way to lock them down. So keep that in mind, right? By the time a kid's 13, 14 years old, they've received some sort of an unwanted sex text. So like, this is the world that our children live in. And so just those things cause one to question one's identity, right? As teenagers, as adolescents, and I think we can all remember some of the silly things that we did. We try on these different roles, right? Like, oh, am I the athlete? Am I the book smart guy? Am I the ladies' man? At least that's how it came from my side. The answer was no for most of those. I was kind of an awkward kid, but we ask these questions legitimately, trying to find a place where we fit in and where we feel affirmed. Now, with good, healthy familial relationships that are open, where we can talk about sexuality and desires and experiences and how we feel about things, we're able to measure our response to those peers. Even if we're having struggles as a teenager with our parents, because we see those relationships, the continued emphasis of that place of reflection and opening up allows for the child to begin to assess what's important in their life, but also how they feel about the things that they believe, the values they hold. Because at this point in life, they're feeling a blend of emotions. They're starting to feel abstract, like blended emotions, like bittersweetness, etc. They're obviously puberty, sexual arousal, and they're starting to deal with complex relationships between men and women and abstract thought. Now that's a lot. That's a lot on one's plate. So it's easy to become emotional about it, or to get really frustrated on the parent's side. And so when we want to have these conversations or enter into it, it's important for us to not check our emotions, but to acknowledge them in the moment, and also to be able to receive what's being given to us. As Jace mentioned, it's very important for us to be able to receive in a loving way what's being offered to us, especially if we're talking about a child. Maybe a child of ours has come to us that has had the experience of the sexual minority, same-sex attraction or gender identity discordance. We have to be careful to be able to receive in such a way that they know that they're loved and affirmed, and then we can have deeper conversation about what it is that they're communicating, right? Because words can be used to define things in different ways. Dr. Mark Yarhouse, an evangelical clinical psychologist, in his book, Understanding Gender Identity, a guide for youth ministers, speaks about how when we have this identity dilemma, a child has this identity dilemma, they seek to find a way to speak about it, to put a word to it, right? They want to be able to describe it. As children, we love to describe things. We love new words. And even as teenagers, we want to be able to describe what's going on internally. And so if someone might say, oh, well, I'm gay or I'm trans. Well, what does that mean, right? Does it mean that you have an experience of same-sex attractions? Does it mean that you have an experience of not totally feeling comfortable in your body? Does it mean that you identify with it? You say, no, this is something that is important to me that I want to pursue. Or is it something that you say, well, you know, I'm a beloved child of God and I have these questions and these experiences that I want to flesh out more, but I don't need to make a decision right this second. Right? Those are three very different ways of talking about the term, right? Like gay. And, you know, we have to be open to having these conversations about what these words mean and how they fit. Because when we get into it, the children, our children are trying to understand who they are in the world. Am I worthy of love? Am I sufficient in who I am as a man and who I am as a woman? How do others view me? Do they view me as sufficient? Do they reject me, right? The child is trying to figure out within this dilemma, you know, where they fit. And so in a hypersexualized world, it's important for us to have continual conversation about the intention of what God has planned for sexuality, right? To be able to have the conversation about the birds and the bees according to Genesis rather than necessarily the biomechanics, right? To understand that, you know, God created this for union and procreation, and that it is to be a symbol, St. Paul tells us, of Christ's love of the church. Now, that's a really important thing to think about. God seeks to unite with us, right? God seeks to be drawn into a relationship with us in such a way that we have perfect union with him, and yet neither of us is absorbed into the other. I mean, talk about an erotic relationship, not erotica, but like eros is a love ordered towards union. And when activated by sacrifice, right, becomes this beautiful agape love in which one gives all of oneself to one's beloved, and they respond with the entirety of themselves. And so when we're talking about talking to our children about their identity, especially in this world, the emphasis on sacrificial love and on virtue and friendship, those are always going to be very important parts of that. And we have to make sure that we're speaking about it in a way that they can receive with compassion, suffering with. Passio, it's a Latin word for suffering, and com denotes with, going along with. And so to suffer with, compassionate response. I'll talk about that later today specifically, but especially when we're interacting with our children, we're checking sort of like, what's the crisis going on? Or what are your questions? Very often they come from a place of personal suffering or witnessing the suffering of someone that they love. And so we have to be careful, right? They're asking questions of, well, why do good people have to suffer? The question of theodicy that the church has been rolling around with for years. Why do I not feel God's love? If God is love, then is any love good love? Like, they're still learning and desiring to figure out how these things fit. And we can be that compass point that guides them. Because the goal is not just to lay down a law that has to be followed like a railroad grade or railroads, but more like a compass to say, well, here's the truth, that's north. And then over here is this, and over there is that. And here's why these things don't fit with what God has revealed to us. And you need to make those choices because you're becoming an adult. And by doing so, by making it easy for them to make the right choice and hard to make the wrong choice, we help them to choose the good and to integrate that experience into their identity as a beloved child of God, strengthening them not only in the things that we want, a good, healthy, happy integration of sexuality and gender within the person, as the Catechism speaks of chastity, but also they're able to have good, healthy, happy relationships with others. Sometimes when we approach this question and our children ask about things such as sexual identity or gender identity, or attractions, it's good to figure out where this crisis is, or one could say like locating the storm, right? Like we've checked in and we've said on a regular basis, we check and we say, how are you thinking about these things? What are there questions on your mind? Why do good things happen to bad people? Let's have a conversation about it. Let's enter into that. It's important to me, so it's important to you, so I'm going to make it important to me. We're going to research this and have this conversation. But sometimes it's also important to know, like, where is the storm? Is it internal or is it external? Is this something about, I believe that I'm bad, that I'm unworthy? Or is it maybe the way I perceive that others believe I'm bad or unworthy? That's kind of where that crisis comes in. And this crisis is actually natural in psychosocial development, that the individual at this point in adolescence begins to question who they really are and how they fit in the world. This is actually a part of our own psychosexual development, to encounter the crisis of who am I in the world? Who am I in society? Who am I in my church, right? And what they're trying to do is figure that out. And it doesn't really fully solidify until after 25, usually around 30 or so, although it's different. These are generalities. And so it's our job as parents or ministers to help direct them in that. And some helpful things can be talking about the differences between like identity and attractions. What does attraction mean, right? When we look at St. Francis de Sales, he talks about the 3 stages of temptation, and he mentions suggestion, delight, and consent. Well, suggestion is just a thought that comes out of nowhere, right? And we don't really have responsibility for that. But giving delight to it, saying, oh yeah, I want to think about that, or saying, no, I'm going to pursue that, that we do have a responsibility for. So attraction, something coming up in us that we desire, we don't have that much control over it. Well, okay, attractions themselves are not necessarily evil. Usually they're in fact, they're good. They're communicating something that we need. The question is, what is it communicating to us in particular? My desire to be near this man who's good looking and the women find good looking and is the captain of the football team. Well, I'm seeking virtue. I'm seeking beauty, goodness, and truth. There's nothing wrong with that. And in fact, that's those superficial things that draw us in. That's how we build a friendship. That's how we begin a marital relationship between a man and a woman, right? Like we begin with these superficial things, and then we come to really begin to understand the person, how they think, what they desire. And so these attractions are not the same as saying, well, I like these attractions and I want to pursue them, right? That's the choosing of the label, the identification, sexual identity or gender identity. And so in having the ability to have these conversations and reflect on how we feel about what we're saying, right? The attractions we've had, the experiences, and then to bring those into a harmonious whole with our beliefs and our values is actually the work of a life. It's the work that we've been given to us in baptism. The Catechism speaks of chastity as the integration of sexuality within the person over the course of life through self-mastery. Now, this is a really important sort of thing because the Catechism isn't mentioning anything about identity or about not having this kind of sex or not thinking this thing, but rather integrating in a healthy way sexuality within the person. So when we're in this place where we're having a dilemma or a crisis, or we're working with somebody who's disclosed this to us, it's important to speak of their awareness of the attractions, where they've come from, or their awareness of their discomfort in their own body. It's also important to ask about their behaviors, not in the sense of, oh, did you do this? Did you do that? But well, what is it that you think was important in forming this idea? What makes you think this thing? What is your experience? What is your experience of behavior here? Because these are the things that we use to develop our identity as adults, as adolescents, as elders. It's our experience that we bring into ourselves and by our bodies, and then weigh against our beliefs and our values and reason and what God has revealed, that we then integrate into ourselves in a positive or negative way, forming our identity, forming our personality. And so it's important for us to be able to have those conversations with our child about those things that are most important. And to remember, when they're expressing those things, they're also not expressing them in the context of the whole of life, but rather the moment. They're just trying to understand. This leads to identity development, where meaningful experiences or milestone events are ascribed as important to the formation of who they are, right? The coach that came and said, "You'd be a really great basketball player. I'd like you to play for me," right? Becomes formative in the identity of the, All-American high school basketball player, and probably stays with them for a good portion of their life. And so at those important things, when it comes to sexual identity, but in identity in general, those are labeling, ascribing these things to oneself, and then beginning to share it with another. When someone comes to share these things, we have to remember these are their experiences, these are their truths. And that doesn't mean that they're absolutely 100% always, true with reality, but it is true for them. If I sit down and say to my friend, let's say they made a comment about me, and I said, "Well, that was painful for me and it caused me suffering." Well, they can't argue that, because it did, right? Now, it may have actually been a compliment and I misunderstood it, but it did cause pain, right? And so that truth can't be argued with. So it has to be received, and then we can respond in love. "Well, I'm really sorry you heard that. Let's talk more about that, because it wasn't meant that way." Or there's other things that you didn't understand that went with it that actually made it a compliment, however it might be. As we're going through this, it comes to a point where the person has arrived at kind of a stable identity that reflects how the child experiences themselves, how they want to be known by others, and it's a congruent reflection of their beliefs and values. There's another part of this, though, that sometimes we forget. It needs to be in conformity with reality. It has to reflect the truth that is present. The church talks about sexuality, saying that sexuality is an important and necessary part of our existence, in fact, of what God has given us, and that it should be embraced and lived out according to divine revelation in one's station in life, as a gift from God. And so that how we see ourselves, the way that we see ourselves stably in sexuality, sexual identity, as our gender identity, right? And all of the other forms of identity we might have, that stable sense of self also has to reflect reality. And so it's important for us, when we're having these conversations or teaching our children, to also recognize how this fits with what's going on in the world, but also how God has created us, right? Jace made some really good points about that, like, especially within this, the dopamine learning system that she was referring to, that gives pleasure as we learn things. We also have to have, as we're learning those things, they also have to be corrected periodically. And that's part of what society exists for. You see, when we're looking for that affirmation, it comes by means of intimacy with others. Here, intimacy does not just mean the sexual part in marriage, but rather many different types of intimacy. There's physical intimacy, not including sex necessarily, but proximity and hugs, a handshake, all these things. Social intimacy, relationships with other people, church. Psychological intimacy, emotional intimacy, intellectual intimacy, spiritual intimacy. These are all things that we crave within our relationships. And that when we receive affirmation in those things, when we receive affirmation, when we receive that intimacy, when we enter into that intimacy, it forms our identity. One of the great things that is adversely affecting children in the modern world, and Abigail Schreier talks about this in her book about rapid onset gender dysphoria, and there are a number of people who have talked about it in relation to the porn epidemic. We need face-to-face interaction. We need all those forms of intimacy, and we don't know how to do them unless we practice them regularly. We don't gain emotional intelligence for social interactions unless we regularly have social interactions, and we make mistakes, and those who know better than us correct us. Well, a lot what we're finding with a lot of young people who come to us is, they have one, maybe two friends, and they're online a lot. And the social media is kind of even increased that. And so when they don't feel good, they go to social media to see if they got a like, or if, how their Instagram's doing, and these things. Well, if that's where we're getting our affirmation, then we're going to be very much wanting internally, because the affirmation that we need cannot come from a cell phone. It can't come from a shallow relationship with a person. It has to come from healthy, deep, intimate relationships, same-sex and opposite-sex relationships. I need to have good, healthy friendships with men and women as a celibate man to live out my life in a healthy way. Otherwise, I find myself entering into coping mechanisms and distractions because I'm human, and I don't want to face the fact that I don't feel loved because I haven't seen my friends in a while, because I haven't talked to them, because I haven't sat with them face to face. And we don't really sit face to face if we're watching a movie or if we're on Facebook. In fact, if we're on Facebook in the same room with the other person, we're still not sitting face to face. And so intentional intimacy, face to face, good, healthy conversation is an important part of the identity formation process. I think that we've kind of forgotten in our modern world in many ways. Parents who are on their phones, this is something to keep in mind. When your phone rings and your kid's talking to you, if you pick it up, who's more important, the child or the phone? Obviously the child, but what are they hearing communicated by the action? That the phone's more important. And I know none of you would ever say that about your kids, but it's something to think when we're acting in our own lives. When they talk to me, am I full and 100% attention, or am I distracted? When someone comes to us to disclose something about how they feel about themselves, or what they think about themselves, or what others think about them, they're asking questions of worth. They're asking questions of value. Am I good enough? Am I worthy of love? We need to listen to those questions. We need to listen in such a way that we're able to receive all that it is that they have to give us. We need to be able to step aside maybe from some emotions that we're scared are coming up to answer them in a good and holy and charitable way, so that when the crisis does come in identity, they feel comfortable in sharing it with us, in exploring what it means to them, in exploring what God has revealed, so that they can live a happy and a harmonious existence. So that with joy and love, they can enter into relationships without fear of being chained or of having to do this thing or that thing to be loved. The one last thing that I would comment on, John Paul and Benedict talked significantly or at length about the modern heresy of individualism. What they mean by this is this belief in radical autonomy. I can do as I please. And the reason I bring this up is it's very much an American value, I find, that I very much sympathize with. But there's a real question about it when we get into the modern sort of argument about rights and desires. And the problem is that it has a false sense of man's autonomy. It believes that man should develop on his own without interference from others who can assist in his self-development. But so the modern would say, no, you can't enter into that. You can't enter into that development unless you're going to affirm everything they desire. Where the reality is that God created us to be in interpersonal relationship. Let us create man in our own image and likeness. Right? And so the I, the ego, right? The I can only come to know itself when it encounters the you, Benedict says. So I can only come to see myself fully when I have interacted in a sacrificial way with another person, when I recognize that I am not the most important thing in the world, when my goal in life is removed from myself and placed exteriorly. And it's not just in any one person, but rather in God himself, which brings in our neighbors and brings in all these other things. And so it's in this interaction, as we're affirmed in who we are by other people, that we then become aware of what it means to be a human. Without the love of others, we just shrivel up and die. We turn in on ourselves and become obsessed with getting what it is that I need to be okay. I can take care of myself. And that's not true. We receive our unique image and specific full humanity from others. And it's only from affirmation that we receive the strength to be authentically human, to give others their unique and specific humanity. In building these relationships with our children and other children and helping them to understand their unique and full authentic humanity as they stand before God, loved into existence, the only creature on this earth, loved into existence for itself, not for anything else, just for itself. The human being stands in a unique relationship with God and neighbor. Knowing that we need to go to our neighbor, that we need to go to God to understand who we are is probably one of the most important parts of this identity formation. It's not something we can determine by our own pleasures or our own sufferings, but rather something that has to be formed over time. In our stable sense of self, as a stable sense of self, but also that reflects our values and beliefs that have been passed on to us by those who love us, by our parents, by other adults who are important to us, and by our peers. So today, I would say, by way of brief conclusion, we take these things to heart. When we look at the saints who did great things, like St. Francis de Sales, who converted 70,000 angry Calvinists in Geneva, he did it with great love. He spoke the truth. He helped them to see where they had gone wrong, but he did it with such charity, with such humility, with such reverence for their experiences and for the truth of God, that they couldn't help but to convert. So what does that mean when we're talking about identity? It means that we approach it with humility, with charity, with love, with reverence to the experiences that the individual is having and how they feel about them, but also in bringing to them the truth of God, that they may see the fullness of what it means to be human and to live out love of God and love of neighbor.
Wonderful talk, Father. Honestly, I would love at some point for us to do another Zoom chat and dive a lot deeper into individualism, and especially this is kind of a motif of your talk. I think your talk was about this, but you never actually said it, is relativism. And I would love at some point for us to, we don't have time today, obviously, but I would love to at some point do a chat with you in the future about individualism and relativism and what they have to do with these questions of identity.
Sure.
But what we have to do now, moving on, and we have a field agent in the Knights of Columbus, Will Diaz, going to hop on. And Father, I think what we're going to do, because we did start a little bit later due to some technical difficulties, I think we'll make up that time in the fraternal benefits presentation next, and then we can start your second talk on time, if that works with you. And so what time was that going to be? I think for you, Father, that was going to be at
10:15.
Say that again.
Is it at 10:15?
15.
No, 10:45.
10:45, right. 10:45 Eastern. So right. 9:45. So I think that's what will make up the time. So if you would like to take a small break, and then we'll hear from Will, and then we'll hear back from you, Father, in just a few minutes.
All right.
Thank you. Will, are you going to be able to get on? Seems like we're having trouble getting Will Diaz on the call. Justin, do you think can you get him on? Okay, well, if we don't hear from Will, we'll find a few minutes somewhere where we can fit him in. And what I can do is give a brief presentation on the fraternal benefits of the Knights of Columbus. And Will, if you were able to jump on, or Justin, if you see something I don't, please feel free to interrupt me. Otherwise, we will continue with Father Blatchford's presentation in about 10 or 11 minutes. So because this talk is sponsored by the Tennessee State Council of the Knights of Columbus, we would be remiss if we didn't go into a bit of the history of the Knights and what the Knights of Columbus can offer members and their families. The Knights of Columbus were founded to protect Catholic families. They protect widows and orphans. And our mission has not changed. Since 1882, our mission has remained the same. And our founder, Blessed Michael McGivney, had that mission then, and he had the foresight before Vatican II to have a layman-led organization within the Catholic Church to go forward and bear fruit for Christ in the world. So what I think our big takeaway from this fraternal benefits presentation should be is that the Knights of Columbus are there for you. And who can join? So any Catholic man, 18 years or older. Now, if you are not a man, if you're a Catholic woman, think of a man in your life, a husband, a father, a brother, a friend, and get him to join. Get him to join. This year, until the summer, you can join online for free. You can have a free year of online membership to the Knights of Columbus. And from there, that'd be a wonderful starting point to join a church's attached council. And there you can enjoy the many fraternal benefits of being a member of the Knights of Columbus and a lot of the unique things that the councils do. Councils are as unique and as individual as its members and as the church itself. I have the unique privilege of being with councils for my job, and through my job, I get to see these wonderful councils in work. I get to see my brother Knights doing things in their church communities and in their communities at large that greatly benefit that. But why were the Knights founded? Well, let's circle back to protection of Catholic families. And that's where the insurance, the fiduciary arm of the Knights of Columbus comes into play. And that is what we were founded for. I would like to take a second to quote Tom Hegna, who is a retirement and life insurance expert. And upon your death, your spouse will ask 4 questions. How much life insurance do we have? Which that's important, right? How much life insurance do we have? That's a very loaded question, and it's a jumping off point for a lot of other concerns, I think. Number 2, how long will the dollars last? Number 3, we will be able to stay in our home. Will we be able to stay in our home? And number 4, will our children be able to stay in the same school? A lot of people think life insurance is just for dealing with a body, and that's not true. Life insurance is a peace of mind. Life insurance is, it solves problems after you're gone. And a lot of people have this stigma about life insurance, and they think, wow, my family has enough money, we don't need it. Or I have it at work, or my spouse can remarry and we can liquidate our assets. But why take that risk? Why go down that unsure road? Life insurance is a peace of mind. And the Knights of Columbus offers that and many other financial products through our insurance arm of the company. And I can read a few facts and figures here. The Knights of Columbus were a member of the Fortune 1000. It's one of the largest and strongest life insurers in North America. Since our founding, we have sought to provide financial protection to our members and their families in a way that is distinctly Catholic and unique in our industry. Now, these figures are just a little bit dated, but they will still paint a great picture of the Knights of Columbus. We have over $113 billion of life insurance in force. We have over $26 billion in assets. In 2019 alone, we paid over $223 million in dividends to our members. We were rated A+ superior by AM Best and rated AA+ by Standard & Poor's. Now, we guarantee the cash values in your whole life insurance. We guarantee the rates on your level term insurance. We guarantee a minimum interest rate on your retirement annuity. We guarantee the principal on your retirement annuity. We guarantee high quality professional services. We guarantee not to purchase junk bonds or derivatives. We guarantee not to invest in companies that deal in abortions, contraception, human cloning, embryonic stem cell research, for-profit healthcare that pays for any of the aforementioned things, and pornography. With your money in the Knights of Columbus, you can rest assured that not only are you protecting your family, your money is not going towards funding or investing in any sort of company or endeavor that goes against your religious and personal beliefs. Now, if it's been a while since you have chatted with your field agent about the Knights, chat with your field agent about the Knights of Columbus. You can find out who that is through kofc.org. That's kofc.org. And as a member, you and your family have exclusive access to these products and services, and you deserve to know about the benefits that come with your membership. And again, like I said, if you're not a member of the Knights of Columbus, if you're an 18-year-old man or older, absolutely you should join. It's risk-free for a year. And after that, online dues are pretty insignificant. I want to say it's $20 or $30 a year. And if you join a council, their dues can range $20 to $40 per year. And you have access to this wonderful infrastructure that is a uniquely and solely Catholic company. As I mentioned, all of your dollars are going to be invested back into the company, into the Knights of Columbus. And we guarantee that the companies that the Knights of Columbus invests in do not take part in anything that goes against Catholic social teaching or anything against what we stand to believe morally as Catholics. And if you're a woman listening, like I said, if you know of any Catholic man in your life, get him to join. It is so easy. Go to kofc.org/join. And you can join free for 1 year. And like I said, it is a risk-free membership for 1 year. I like to say when I'm at recruitment drives, you have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Let me say that again. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Okay? No woman or no man, no child, no survivor left after they lose a loved one wishes they had less life insurance. No one says when you go to file that death claim, I wish he had bought less. I wish she had bought less. That's never the case. Like I said, those 4 last questions someone asks after a loved one dies. How much life insurance did they have? How long will these dollars last? Will we be able to stay in our home? Will our children be able to stay in the same school? Invest in that peace of mind for yourself. Invest in that peace of mind for your family. Now, if you're sitting there thinking, none of this applies to me, I'm individually wealthy, I'm self-insured, we can pay for this and my family will be fine. Think of it this way. We all buy car insurance. We all buy home insurance. There's a litany of other insurances out there on the market, but I don't know if I'm going to crash my car. I don't know, heaven forbid, if my home is going to burn down or be flooded. I don't know that. We do know we are all going to die. And that is one of the phrases of the Knights of Columbus is tempus fugit memento mori. Time flies, remember death. We will all die. And I think it is important to keep that in mind when considering life insurance, because we may not know if we'll crash our car. We may not know if our home will burn down, but we do all know we are going to die. And I don't think there's a man, woman, or child on this planet who should not have at least small life insurance plan, so that when that time comes, and that time will come, that a family will not be left with a burden. And even if it's a burden a family can afford, and the burden is very much lightened, it's not necessary. It's not necessary. And I will leave with this, excuse me. If you are in that position where you could afford that and don't consider it a burden, if you see 2 shirts on the rack, it's the same exact shirt. One is $20, one is $10. Regardless if you're Bill Gates or John Lombardo, you're going to pick the $10 shirt if it's the exact same shirt. And that is what life insurance can do for you. And I just focused on life insurance, but the Knights of Columbus offer retirement annuities, disability income insurance, long-term care insurance. And it is unfortunate we couldn't get Will Diaz on because he was going to speak to our mutual funds and our investments, but I'm sure we will hear from him another time. Now, Father Blatchford, you are back, and we are excited to hear from your second talk. So without further ado, I will stop gabbing, and we will hear from you. Father.
Thank you very much, John. So the second talk I was asked to give is the LGBT movement, responding as Catholics. And to give you a little bit more about Courage, where we come from, what we are, I'm going to give you a little bit of the history, then we'll talk about some of the more, I guess, the practical things that we do. So Courage International is an apostolate within the Catholic Church that seeks to pastorally accompany and minister to those with same-sex attraction or gender identity discordance, as well as their family members. or family members who have somebody, a child or a sibling, who's in the LGBTQ lifestyle, and they're trying to maintain relationships with them. So Courage started as an idea from Terence Cardinal Cook in his ministry as the Archbishop of New York. Cardinal Cook encountered a number of Catholic men who experienced same-sex attraction, but who wanted to move away from unchaste behaviors and relationships and to embrace the gospel call to chastity. He started reaching out to priests in the area, and he knew that Father Benedict Groeschel, who many of you may know, he was a Capuchin friar who founded the Franciscan Friars of the Renewal in downtown New York. And he was also a clinical psychologist. He had worked with priests and seminarians and others, partially in areas of unwanted same-sex attractions, but also just in general as a psychologist for all sorts of different other problems. And so Cardinal Cook reached out to him and he said, I'd like to start some sort of a ministry to individuals who experience same-sex attraction, who want to try and live a chaste celibacy, or at least according to the teachings of the Catholic Church. And Benedict Groeschel said, oh, I'm too busy, but I know a guy. And that guy was Father John Harvey. He lived in Philadelphia. He's an oblate of St. Francis de Sales. The Oblates of St. Francis were founded in 1875 and were based around the spiritual practices of St. Francis de Sales, which we could talk about for days. He's called the Doctor of Love. He's a doctor of the church. And he very much specialized in a sort of approach to loving dialogue with others who we believe are in error and bringing them to the truth. And so that's what he's known for. Father Harvey had worked with priests and individuals who had same-sex attraction, gender identity discordance, who wanted to live according to their teachings, according to the teachings of their Catholic faith. And so Cardinal Cook asked him if he would start a group, and he said he would. So in 1980, at the shrine of Our Mother Ann Seton in downtown Manhattan, I think it's Our Lady of the Rosary Parish, they had their first meeting. 5 or 10 guys got together, and after a few months, they decided they wanted to call themselves Courage because they had to live their lives with courage for the Lord. During that same time, they came up with a series of goals, 5 goals of courage. And the goals reflect first a desire for chastity, to live chaste lives in accordance with the Roman Catholic Church's teaching on homosexuality. Then on prayer, that they realized that to do so, they needed to have a big prayer life. And so one of the goals was frequent reception of the sacrament of confession and the Holy Eucharist, attendance at Mass, spiritual direction, spiritual reading. Third, to foster a spirit of fellowship. We're created for union. We're created for relationship. And we need good, healthy, same-sex and opposite-sex relationships if we're going to live out this chastity, if we're going to live out what the Church asks us. And so to foster a spirit of friendship so that nobody has to go through these struggles alone is the third goal. The fourth goal was to be mindful that real friendships, good friendships, chaste friendships are not only possible, but necessary to Christian life. And finally, to serve as good example to others. Now, as they developed these things and began to live them out, we see very much a correlation with the general sort of spiritual reality of the church, spiritual theology of the church. And so they began to meet regularly, very much in a sort of 12-step program, not in the sense of working the steps to become, to not have attractions, but rather for the integration of their thoughts, feelings, and desires into their personhood. So very much the definition of chastity from the Catechism, to integrate one's sexuality within the person in a healthy way by means of self-mastery. About 1987, they realized that there were many family members who had loved ones in the lifestyle who were trying to maintain healthy relationships with them, and Courage was born. Courage also has 5 goals, and they are a prayer and dedication for the eternal salvation of the loved one as well for ourselves. Formation, so learning about the needs and difficulties and challenges experienced by men and women with same-sex attraction or gender identity discordance. To maintain healthy relationships and charity with the loved one. To assist family members and friends to know the truth and not to reject it. And finally, to live as witnesses to their loved ones by lives that fulfillment is to be found in Jesus Christ through his body, the church. And so courage and encourage have grown over the past 42 years to encompass hundreds of different groups on 18 different countries. So the church's response, encourage is not the only one. There's other groups as well. Eden Invitation, and there's some other ones that I don't know off the top of my head. That's the one that really kind of speaks to me. They're rather kind of new. But the church's response is one of compassion that I mentioned earlier, to suffer with. So our normal meeting, we come in, we recite a prayer together. We then go over the goals of courage for a courage meeting. And then we check in. We talk about the ups and downs of the spiritual life. Father gives a little kind of feverino, hey, here's some things to keep in mind spiritually, psychologically. Yeah. And then we end with a prayer. And we do this all over the world. There are 2 priests who run it, but the priests, we have chaplains all over the world serving the individuals with weekly or monthly meetings. So to kind of pull out responding as a Catholic, not just as a member of Courage, which is what I do, but responding as a Catholic means responding in that compassion. So speaking the truth in charity to the world. Now, how can we do this when somebody isn't willing to receive it? They don't want to hear our religious things. They say, the first is by educating ourselves on what the church teaches. When we look at the catechism and it says that homosexual acts are intrinsically disordered, well, we need to understand what that means above and beyond just the words that are there, right? What does intrinsically disordered mean? It means by the nature of the act itself, it's always considered a sin. Just like lying. Lying is always a sin. It's intrinsically disordered. So the church is not saying anything about the person themselves, that they are intrinsically disordered, nor is the church saying that somehow, because they've had this desire, that they're sinful. Remember, attractions or desires, suggestions, are the first level of temptation. And as long as we don't give in to them, there's no sin. It doesn't affect our relationship with God. And so the church wants to respond with compassion here and to recognize that we are all beloved children of God. That the experiences we have in life and the way that we perceive them and feel about them, think about them, they form who we are. They also need to be brought into line with what God has revealed about sexuality. And so in charity, we speak of these things. What has God planned for these things? How do they fit? At that point, it's easy to kind of go back to like Genesis, right? The theology of the body, Genesis 2. Male and female, he created them. Complementarity of the sexes. That it's made, that the marriage is made for a man and a woman, and that the marital act, sex, right, is for union and procreation. And that anything that doesn't contribute to these things is thereby intrinsically disordered according to what God has asked regarding sexuality. And the Catechism makes this clear in other paragraphs. 2333, every man and woman should acknowledge and accept his sexual identity as a gift from God. 369 and 372, complementarity is willed by God, man for woman and woman for man. 1604, the image of God's love for us is manifest by the unitive and procreative dimensions of the sexual union in the context of marriage. These are huge things. And the church has reiterated these again and again, most recently in a document called Male and Female, He Created Them, put out by the Congregation on Education in 2019, about gender ideology in the present world. So our response then is going to be one of compassion. Okay, what does that look like practically? Well, very often when we're talking about it, we're talking about a person. And so first, we have to recognize that there's going to be cultural implications and emotions and all these other things that go with that. We have to remember that we're not approaching the cultural battle here, but rather we're approaching a child of God who has unique experiences that God is trying to speak to show them his love, to show them what it is that he has desired for them and planned for them, that he calls them to a unique and sacrificial love, that it is in relationship with him and their fellow man in a unitive and sacrificial love in which they will find themselves, that they will discover the fullness of their identity. The practicalities of this mean that we have to build rapport with individuals if we're going to correct them, right? So fraternal correction, as revealed to us in the gospel, is not done with someone we have no rapport with. For instance, let's say somebody uses coarse language. And we say, well, I really don't like that. I prefer you not do that. Now, if it's a stranger on the street, we may not say anything, right? But if it's someone who we know, we might be have a little fear of saying something because we don't want to offend them. But if it's somebody we love and we know, we can couch it in terms of, well, I have a desire for you to be good and holy and virtuous. And that's why I desire this thing. But we don't have to beat them over the head with it either. We can also do it in such a way that it is compassionate. I say to my friend, I struggle with coarse language and I'm working on it. Would you help me with that? Well, now I've not even accused them of something wrong, but I've asked for their help in growing in virtue. And the funny thing about virtue is the more we dedicate ourselves to virtue, the more all virtues increase. And the greater virtue in a person's life, the less sin. They can't exist together in the spiritual life. As we seek out God and love of neighbor more and more, and we let go of those things that hold us back, sin decreases, selfishness decreases, lust decreases, envy decreases. All those cardinal sins or the deadly sins rather decrease. And so the Catholic response to an individual who experiences same-sex attraction or gender identity discordance is love and affirmation of who they are as a person, as a beloved child of God. And then a real and honest conversation about a growth in virtue. Sometimes the practicalities of this is not even necessarily mentioning it overtly. A friend of mine is a devout Catholic, worked for the state doing marriage counseling. He had to take anybody who came into his office. He couldn't pick and choose. And he was kind of worried because, he'd have to work with same-sex couples that were civilly married that came to him, et cetera. And so one of the things that he came to realize was that, well, I can always speak of virtue. They're not ready to receive the fullness of the truth yet. What can I give them that they can receive that leads to virtue? What can I say that will inspire them to live lives of love, sacrificial love, that lead them to God, that imitate Christ? This isn't to say that, oh, well, they're okay, they don't have to get any better, we'll just give them this. No. We have to find a way into the individual's heart that they can receive, and then ask God to help us cultivate that he may bring about the harvest, the eternal harvest of their salvation. And so rather than waving a Bible in the air or condemning people to hell, we approach with love. Brings to mind the story of the rich young man out of the Gospel of Mark. As a wonderful passage, and I'm only going to use a brief part of it, but the young man is speaking to Christ. He says, I've kept all the commandments. What more must I do? And it says, the Lord, looking upon him, loved him and said, take all that you have, sell it and give it to the poor, and come follow me. And the young man walked away with a heavy heart, for he had many rich things. Now, we don't know if he came back. We don't know if he eventually separated himself from those things. It's not communicated there. But the Lord, looking upon him, loved him, told him the truth. If you truly wish to love God with your whole heart, soul, strength, and mind, and your neighbor as yourself, you need to not be attached to the wonderful things that you have in this world. And the young man had a heavy heart and walked away. But it doesn't say that he didn't hear that again later or respond to it later. It's not our job to enforce the rich young man to respond immediately or to repeat ad nauseum every day to him that he has to go and sell all his things. In fact, that would probably not be very effective, but rather to have the conversation with him about why he feels those things are so important. Why is it part of who you are? Why can't you walk away from it? What are the attachments? Do you feel that you're entitled to these, right? Like there's so many conversations that could be had with him about the things directly. But on the flip side, one could also have conversation with him and encouragement about a growth in charity for those who have not. That type of life lived, even if it begins small, could lead to that rich young man walking away from those many wonderful things. Having never compromised any truth of the church, having never soft pedaled what God has asked of us in relation to others, that rich young man is able then to practice the virtue of charity. Growing in holiness is freed from his rich things, from his many wonderful things, and able to follow the Lord. That's what responding as a Catholic means. To say to myself, how much am I willing to give to get this person to heaven? Will I endure slings and arrows in our conversations and charitably receive them and respond in kindness and love? Will I spend time thinking and praying about what's most needed for them to get to heaven? Will I say to the Lord, Lord, the cocked tongue is the most dangerous weapon, giving somebody a piece of my mind, if you will. Strike me dumb when I interact with those who I wish to correct, if the words come from me and not from you. Help me to clearly speak the truths of the Catholic faith, to communicate my love of God. Help me to remove those things in my life that keep me enslaved to this world, that I may freely go forth and show the love of God. Very often, I think when we start talking about sexuality and sexual sin, we get very much caught up in it, as we should. It's very powerful, as Jace mentioned in the talk at the beginning. It's incredibly powerful. It's also incredibly beautiful, because that's how God made it. And that's really why the church gets concerned about these things, because she knows how powerful it is, how easy it is to fall into sin with it, because it feels so good. But she also asks us to overcome those temptations, and not just in sexuality, but really all sin. And so it's important for us to take a step back from the emotions that come with the culture war and the ideology to assess well where our heart is. You know, Paul says that homosexuality is a sin. It cries out to heaven, or I guess that's in the Old Testament. But so is not paying a fair day's wage or not giving a fair day's work. Do we have the same strength and vitriol or zeal? Zeal is the better word. Vitriol is the wrong word. Zeal to rid that sin, to rid others that we know of that sin. And that's not to say that all of these are the same, but it's to say that we should have that same zeal for all sin in our lives, for love of God. And as we cultivate that and grow in holiness, and we bring that into our families, and we then bring it into our parishes, the Catholic response to anybody in sin is one of love and truth. To speak in a way that clearly defines what the church teaches, but also that welcomes the sinner to come and be with us and to sin no more. To the woman caught in adultery, what does Christ tell her? Does anyone condemn you? No, sir. Then I do not condemn you, meaning write you off, cast you to hell, is the way that the phrasing is. Go and sin no more. He didn't say, you're okay, keep doing what you want. He said, go and sin no more. But he loved her. He loved the rich young man. He loved the Samaritan woman at the well. It is the love of God, the people seeing that he's willing to sacrifice everything, even his very life, for them to be eternally happy, that gives them the strength to go and sin no more. And so the response of the Catholic is the response of the saint that we're all called to be in our baptismal promises, to be the universal call to holiness, to be other saints, to be Christians, followers of Christ, to be other Christs, witnesses to his love in the world, witnesses to his charity, to his humility, to his tenderness, and to his bold proclamation of the truth. That's all I have to say on the responding as a Catholic, other than it takes great prayer, fasting, and penance to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father. That was a great talk. And you made a lot of great points. And I wrote down a lot that I'm excited to ask you and talk to you about at the conclusion of our presentations when we do the panel. So thank you for that. And I think we are waiting just a few more minutes for Father Burton Glennon. So I guess we can just take a very short break, and we will be back with you in just a few minutes while we wait on Father Glennon. So everyone stay blessed, and we will see you in just a few minutes. Thank you. Suzanne, are you there?
Here. Hi.
Hi, let me unfreeze the screen and we can get to going. Okay, let me turn on my video too. Hi, so good to see you. So good to hear from you.
You too. You too. How are you? Nice to see you.
I am good. Let me hold on. My phone was doing the chat too. All right, I'm doing well. We had a bit of a technical difficulty at the start, so we started about 10 minutes late, and then our last speaker, Father Burton Glennon, couldn't make it, so we just had an intermission of sorts. And now here we are.
Okay. Give people a break and
Well, I went and made a cup of
hopefully they'll
coffee,
come
so-
back for lunch and
Right.
a talk about sexual abuse.
Right. So light topic, right?
Light topic.
Okay, well, let me, I wrote a small introduction for you and I will give it, and then the floor will be yours, Miss Suzanne.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Excuse me. And if I misspeak or get any facts wrong, you will definitely have the chance to correct me. So through the hashtag #MeToo movement, we've been hearing about survivor experiences and how we can all help end sexual harassment and violence in all its forms. A survivor, speaker, grant consultant, trainer, organization founder, and incest awareness expert, Suzanne Zaza's personal mission is to break the code of silence surrounding incest and sexual assault. Her focus is preventing violence through awareness, supporting other survivor advocates in their mission, training people from all walks of life about abuse and their role in prevention. In October of 2020, she founded Incest Aware and launched the incestaware.org web source. Incest Aware is an organization devoted to raising awareness of the epidemic of sexual violence in the family system, supporting survivors and their loved ones along their healing journeys, and mentoring incest prevention advocates who have chosen to transform their personal experiences with abuse into positive social change. So, Ms. Suzanne, thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, John, for that really wonderful introduction. And thank you for inviting me here to this space. I'm very excited to be here and to be part of this conference. So yes, my name is Suzanne Zaza. And today the topic that I'm going to be talking about is what we call aggressors close to home. And so I'm going to talk about specifically the sexual abuse of kids, what it is, why it's important, and what you, anyone who's listening, anyone out there can do to stop it and to protect your own kids from abuse. I am really passionate about this topic. I'm a survivor myself. I'm a father-daughter incest abuse survivor. And for the last 8 years, I've been speaking out about my story, doing trainings, awareness talks like this, because I really believe that if as a community, we talk about this issue more, and we commit to becoming involved, that we can end abuse. So I started a digital resource. Thank you for mentioning that, John. It's called Incest Aware. And if anyone wants to check it out, you can get it at incestaware.org. So I know from my own experience that preventing abuse and identifying situations where kids could be at risk of abuse is possible. And so this talk today is going to be preventive in nature and educational in nature. And with that being said, I'm going to start out with a little bit of a quiz here. Now, I know people are watching on YouTube. If you have the opportunity to type into the comments and you have some answers to some of my quiz questions and you want to, take a shot at answering them, please use the comments. This is tough to be interactive on YouTube, but really want to engage people. So please use those comments. So here's my first question. How many children are sexually abused before they're 18 years old? How many kids are sexually abused before 18? I'm going to give you 4 possible responses here. The first, 1/2 of all kids, 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys, fewer than 10% of kids, or we don't know. We just don't know. We don't have the statistics. So how many kids are sexually abused before 18? 1/2 of all kids, 1 in 4 girls or 1 in 6 boys, fewer than 10% of kids, or we don't know. So the answer here to this one is 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys. And I think that that statistic surprises probably most of us who hear it for the first time. Because when we think about sexual abuse, we often think this is something that happens to other people's kids, or this happens to kids who are really vulnerable, right? But actually, 25% of all girls, that's a really high number. So you know kids who have been sexually abused or particularly can be at risk. Okay, question number 2. Statistically, who is more dangerous to your child, right? And there's 2 options here. The first is the guy in the white van, the stranger, the person that's trying to pick up your kid and get them in their car, offer them candy, offer them Pokemon cards, right? Is that the most dangerous person to your child? Or is it someone who knows your child well? Maybe a teacher, a coach, maybe a family member of a friend. Which is statistically more dangerous to your child? And the answer to that is the person that your child knows. And many of us, and I'm guilty of this myself when my son was young, we want to protect our kids. And our first thought is, tell them not to talk to strangers. Tell them never to get into a stranger's car or never take anything from someone they don't know. But actually, 93% of all child sexual abuse, 93% is done by somebody the kid knows, the child knows, and oftentimes someone they know really, really well. So we want to keep that in mind, that it's the people we know that are more risky to our children than the people that we don't know. And one more quiz question here. This is in regards to incest abuse. And I am often asked, what is incest abuse? So I'll give you my brief definition, which is sexual abuse of someone by a family member or somebody who is a step parent or a long-term caregiver, someone who has a constant presence and a caretaking presence in a kid's life. So here's the question. Who are the most common offenders of incest abuse? There's three possible answers here. A dad, a mom, or a sibling. Who is most likely to commit incest abuse? A dad, a mom, or a sibling? And this is a really surprising answer. It actually was to me when I first learned more about this topic, that actually sibling abuse is way more common than the abuse of a child by a parent. And so we don't have a lot of good statistics around incest abuse. It's such a hidden topic, but we do know that kids are nearly 5 times as likely to be sexually abused by an older sibling than by a parent, 5 times. And so when we think about stereotypes of, what the most typical scenario is for an incest abuse situation, it's actually not a parent against a child. The most common situation is a child against another child in the same family. So hope you knew some of those answers. And if you don't, that's why we're here. So it's all good. So let me bust a couple of myths before we get into this in more detail, because there are so many myths around child sexual abuse and incest abuse. And I want to clear up some of them, because until we know the real facts about abuse, we're not going to be able to help kids as we need to and prevent it. So first myth, people of color assault children more than Caucasians. And this is a stereotype that we see reflected in the media all the time. Not actually the case. That is a myth. That actually the most common offender is a Caucasian. Another myth I want to bust, that gay and trans people sexually abuse children more than heterosexuals. Also not true. The most common offender is actually a heterosexual white male in his 20s. That's not every offender, but statistically, that's the most common offender. Another myth here, that children are sexually safer with their family than with people outside their home. This is surprising to so many people, because we often think that in families that parents and other siblings have kids' best interests at heart. And many times they do, but sometimes they don't. 1/3 of all child sexual abuse and cases of child sexual abuse that are reported are actually done by a family member, are incest abuse cases. So we can't assume that kids are safe in their own homes. We have to keep our mind open to the fact that there may be abuse happening there. Another myth: there is no way to know that someone is at risk for abusing a child. We know that offenders have certain common characteristics and behaviors. And if we know those characteristics and behaviors, we can spot somebody at risk. Does that mean you will know every person at risk of abusing a child? Probably not. But there are a lot of signs, but because we don't pick up on them and recognize them, we don't act on them. And my final myth that I'm going to bust today is that kids get over the effects of sexual abuse quickly. And that is one that I know from my own personal experience. Not true. The effects of sexual abuse last far into adulthood, and typically throughout your entire life, you will have impacts. And so the reason why I bring up this myth is because we often think kids are very flexible and they get past things quickly. And in some cases, that's true. But with sexual abuse, long-lasting effects. So we want to prevent these cases before children suffer over a lifetime. So let's do a really quick sexual abuse 101, right? What is sexual abuse? So I think we often think that sexual abuse is touching, that is what it has to be. It has to involve some form of touching, right? And that definitely is a part of sexual abuse. But there are other forms that we might not even consider to be risky behaviors, but they are. One of them is watching pornography with children. That is a form of sexual abuse. And oftentimes, and we'll talk about this more a little bit later, that offenders will often start grooming children by introducing them to pornography and watching it with them together, and sometimes then suggesting that maybe they act out what's happening on the screen, right? So even though a child hasn't been touched when they're watching pornography, that's still a form of sexual abuse. Other form of sexual abuse: commenting on a child's body, how it looks, how appealing it is, commenting on clothing, lots of sexual talk with children, and maybe even threats of abuse. So even if a child has not been touched, it doesn't mean that they are not being abused. So let's always keep that in mind. I'm going to talk for a moment about what incest abuse is, because there are a lot of misconceptions about incest abuse. And the reason for that is it's one of the least talked about forms. And there are reasons for that. It's a very shameful topic for a lot of people, for most of us. Nobody wants to talk about it. It's uncomfortable. Nobody even wants to think that it happens, but it does. And incest abuse is the abuse of somebody by a family member. It could be, as I was talking about earlier, it could be a parent, could be a sibling, a cousin, could be a step parent. It does not have to be a biological relationship. That is not what defines incest abuse. What defines incest abuse is the close family type relationship, or a caregiving relationship. So perhaps a caregiver in a child's life who's been watching that child for 10 years. Any of those close family relationships, that could be considered incest abuse when there is sexual abuse of a child. And the thing that defines incest abuse as being different than being abused by someone outside the family is that it is very difficult for people who are survivors to grow up and to move on with their lives when they are surrounded by family who may have hurt them or who may not believe that anything happened to them when they were a kid. And so those long-lasting relationships, and I can attest to this so well, are really, really difficult to navigate, to get away from. And so there's that constant presence potentially of that abuser in your life. So incest abuse is really something that we need to talk about more. We need to address more. So what are the effects of sexual abuse on kids? First and foremost, we have to keep in mind, it is a long-lasting effect. As I said earlier, kids just do not get over this in a month, in a year. It takes a long, long time, and the effects are very long-lasting. And so there's many different effects, and I'll give you sort of a little bit of a laundry list here. There are some that are not on this list, but some of the common ones are changes in kids' behavior. So, for example, you have a really outgoing child, and all of a sudden, the kid becomes more withdrawn, quiet, less social. You see that change in their personality, the change in their behavior. Changes in sleeping, can't sleep well, or sleeping all the time. Changes in eating, difficulty concentrating. All of a sudden, school grades are dropping, withdrawing from friends, not wanting to go out of the house. I think some of the common elements here is a change, that you notice a change in a child, something that's very unexpected. And very often, the child will not tell you that something is wrong. Kids will not just open up. And how great if they could, and they did. But most of the time, children do not tell about a sexual abuse experience until adulthood. And that was definitely the case for me. I didn't say anything to anybody until I was 19 years old. And there were a lot of reasons for that. But I want to throw this out there to you. Why do you think children don't tell? And John, I want to give you an opportunity if anybody is commenting, and I can't see the comments on YouTube. So if you want to just break in here, if there's any comments, any thoughts, I'll just give a minute for that.
Sure. Someone said they're scared.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, there's so many reasons. And that is a big one. That kids are scared, and kids could be scared for a lot of different reasons. And sometimes there's threats. Sometimes they're afraid of losing the relationship. Lots of reasons. And we'll go into that in a moment, but thank you for that. And please, if anybody else has any thoughts, go ahead, put them in the comments.
And one last one, they don't want their loved one to look bad.
Yes, that is a great one. That is an excellent one. I don't often hear that, but that is true. And that speaks to the shameful nature of sexual abuse, where we think that it's a shameful thing and it's something we shouldn't be talking to people about. And if it's someone, especially someone that the child knows really well, family member, someone that they've been close to, they don't want that person to be talked badly about. They don't want that person, their secrets to be all out there for everyone to know about. So thank you. Thank you for that. Those are really good guesses. I would say that one of the biggest reasons that children don't tell is something called grooming. And now we're starting to hear more about grooming. It's becoming more of a household world, not a real household world yet, hopefully someday. But grooming, to understand why kids don't tell about child sexual abuse, we have to understand the concept of grooming. And grooming are tactics that offenders use to keep the secret of sexual abuse hidden and to ensure their constant access to the child. So I have a great friend named Feather Berkower from Parenting Safe Children, and she does a lot of sexual abuse prevention trainings. And she has had a lot of contact with offenders. She's done interviews. She's collected information on why they do what they do and how. And one of the things that she's learned is that offenders are very careful about who they choose to abuse. And they don't launch right into it, right? They very often are very calculating. They choose kids who are vulnerable. Kids who may not have good self-esteem, may not have a strong family, may be spending a lot of time alone, maybe looking for a positive role model. They really do zone in on that type of child because it's easier to get access to that child, right? And so they'll start with these tactics, right? One of the biggest tactics they use is keeping secrets, right? They try to get the child to keep a secret. They'll test them, see what sort of secrets they can keep. It could be something really benign, like, all right, I'm going to take you out for ice cream, but don't tell your parents that I'm doing this, right? Testing the child, seeing if they can get the kid to keep a secret. Because you remember, if you are abusing a child long-term, that secret has to be kept, right? For that relationship to continue. Other grooming tactics, testing boundaries. Let's see how far we can go with a child, right? Maybe it starts with light touching, hands, around the back or holding hands, and then it progresses into more sexualized touching and contact. Testing those boundaries, always pushing the envelope with a kid. Another tactic is giving the child this image of a special relationship, that I am the only one who really cares about you, that your parents really don't care about you, your other teachers, they don't, but I am special in your life. And so this gives the impression to the child, like, this is somebody who really cares about me. This is the person who should be front and center in my life. Offenders will also give gifts, give them money, special privileges. These are all things that, that kids want, right? All of us want those things. Offenders will also try to isolate children physically, to be alone with them without the presence of anyone else, and also emotionally, to get them to think that they're alone, that no one else really cares and nobody's going to do anything to help them if anything ever went wrong. And so a child begins to look at this offender as, this is somebody who loves me, who will protect me, who cares for me. And things can move into, other types of grooming, threats, coercion, things that are more sinister. But the thing to remember here is that grooming starts in a benign way with small things, developing a relationship. And offenders say, and actually my friend Feather told me this one time, that one offender she talked to said, I never put my hands on a child unless I know that they will believe it was their idea. I never put my hands on a child unless I know that they're going to think it's their idea. And that speaks to the real manipulation that's involved in grooming. So what are some other reasons why children don't tell? One of the big ones is, it's my fault. I did something wrong. It's very typical. Any parent out there will, say that kids often think things are their fault when they're not, right? And many times kids internalize what's happening and saying, I must have done something wrong. I must have wanted this. And so they believe it's their fault. And so they don't tell because they're afraid to get in trouble. Another reason children don't tell, I'm afraid of them. And somebody brought that up earlier. We talked about that one. Also, kids think nobody's gonna believe me. If I tell, then, I could get myself into trouble and people might not even believe me. And then I'm a liar, and sort of their brain sort of goes wild with all of the bad things that will happen. And this sense of like, nobody's going to believe me anyway, if I say anything. So I might as well just keep it to myself. In cases of incest abuse, it becomes even more complicated, because kids are afraid of where they are going to live if they were to report that their parent or a sibling did something to them. They're worried now. Am I going to be able to stay at home? Who's going to take care of me? What about those relationships? If I tell that my mom is abusing me, am I going to lose my whole family? Is everyone going to hate me? Right? And so with incest abuse, there is even more pressure not to say anything, because now the core of a child's circle is now at risk. Kids don't want to lose the presence of the offender in their life sometimes. Sometimes they do. They do want that person to just disappear. But other times that person has become very special to them. Again, especially if it's a family member, or say a teacher that they really, really love, or a coach, and they don't want to lose that relationship, right? And then, of course, another one is, I'm ashamed, and someone pointed to that earlier. And there's many, many more reasons why kids don't tell, but those are the biggies. Those are the biggies to keep in mind. So take a minute, if you're listening here, to think of a situation that you might have been in which your gut told you that something was wrong with a relationship between an adult and a child. Perhaps you saw an interaction that just made you feel uneasy, or a child or another adult told you something that had happened. You said, that doesn't sound right. And that, you get that gut instinct and response, like something is not right here. I don't know if that's ever happened to you. If it has, think about how you reacted. What was your response to that? What did you do? Or what did you not do? Did you sit and sort of think about it and wrestle with it? Did you say to yourself, oh, I'm just imagining things, I'm overreacting? Or maybe you started to ask some questions and say, maybe there's something going on here. People respond to these types of gut feelings very differently. Many people think that we cannot tell if somebody is an offender or if someone is at risk of abusing a child. And I think this is a really important point and a myth, because if we want to intervene in cases of child sexual abuse, we have to keep our eyes peeled from them. Because as we just talked about a moment ago, we can't expect a child to tell us. We can't wait for a kid to tell us. As adults, it is our responsibility to keep our eyes peeled and to recognize situations that could be dangerous for our kids or for other kids. So do you think that you might be able to spot somebody who's an offender? My response is sometimes. Sometimes we can tell. Sometimes offenders are really clever. They're really great at being chameleons. I mean, oftentimes if you hear about cases in the media where it's come to light that someone has abused a child in some way, and you hear people saying, like that person, that guy, that girl, she was like so nice. They were the nicest person. They would have done anything for me or my family. I never could have expected that they could have done something like this. Offenders are great at being chameleons and presenting an image of themselves that's not actually true. So I'm going to talk about some of the most common signs that an adult is at risk of abusing a child. So when you hear these, just keep these in your mind. Perhaps if you have a lot of kids in your life, you might pick up on a few of these signs. But I think the important thing to remember before I give this list is it's not the presence of one of these signs that means that somebody is abusing a child. We can't conclude that. But if you recognize that someone has many of these signs, maybe all of them, there is a really good chance that something is wrong and it requires some investigation, right? So that's an important point. We don't want to jump to conclusions that because they have one of these signs that all of a sudden, yes, this person is an offender. One of the signs is that an adult has a really special relationship with a child that's different from any other relationship they have with other kids. Another sign is that there's a lot of secrets. We talked about the power of secrets for offenders, right? Many secrets with a child. So a child might say, oh, I'm not supposed to tell that. I'm not supposed to talk about that with you. This person told me not to say anything, right? So there's a lot of secrets that an adult is having with a kid. That we see a child getting lots of gifts, money, things being given to them, and you don't know where they're coming from. Maybe, your child won't say where they're coming from, but all of a sudden you notice they have all this money, all these gifts. That's a sign that someone may be abusing them. Oftentimes adults want to get that private time just with that child. And so they will try to get that physical space. I had a friend who came to me not too long ago who said, I'm worried about my brother-in-law because I notice he's constantly taking my niece in the bedroom and shutting and locking the door. And I don't know what's going on in there, right? And so we will often see that adults will try to sequester a child, get that private time away from others, and really try to protect that. Some adults at risk will alienate kids from their family and tell them that, their family, doesn't really care about them. We talked about this earlier. and get the child to think that I don't have anybody in my court. I don't have anybody that cares about me or will protect me. So if you notice that a child is becoming increasingly alienated or suspicious of their family, that can indicate that something might be wrong. And so there's many, many other signs, but I think the takeaway here is really watching and being aware of adults' behavior with a particular child. It may be different behavior than other kids, than the way they treat other kids, right? So being open to the fact that even if you don't see sexual abuse, even if this child doesn't say they're being abused, it doesn't mean that it's not happening. You have to keep your eyes peeled for those signs. Now, I talked earlier about incest abuse. The most common offender in incest abuse cases is a sibling. And I don't think that we as a society are well aware of the fact that so many children are sexually assaulted by another child, by usually an older youth. So up to 1/3 of all reported sexual offenses against a youth are committed by another youth. So when we think about sexual abuse, we have this impression that it's always an adult and that the abuse is always a child, right? But in 1/3 of cases, it's youth on youth, right? Or it could be siblings. And so we want to be aware of the fact that older kids could be at risk of abusing a younger child. It's usually a younger child when there's some discrepancy in age or size. Usually that defines that type of relationship. So here are a few things that you want to have your eyes peeled for that may indicate a youth is at risk of abusing another child. And one of them is boundary issues, that a child is starting to talk about things that is far beyond their age, or they don't recognize the boundaries of other kids. They'll constantly have their hands on another child, or they'll constantly be testing boundaries, similar to what we see adults doing. Lots of problems with crossing the boundaries. Oftentimes, youth at risk will talk in highly sexual ways, talking about sexual topics that are, again, beyond their years or at really inappropriate times or with people that they shouldn't be talking about it with, right? And I think that as adults, as parents, we would recognize that. We would recognize if there's a 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old kid who's talking to us about highly sexual things. There you go. There's a sign that potentially they could be at risk. Sometimes youth want to spend a lot of time with younger children, particularly one child, and will try to protect that time and always create opportunities to be alone with that other kid, right? Sometimes youth at risk will use porn extensively and will introduce it to another kid and try to act out what they're seeing on the screen or talking about it or just getting the other child to view it with them. And then one other thing that I think is the one thing to keep your eyes peeled for is that other people are complaining that something is not right. Other people are noticing there's something not right with this kid, right? And I think sometimes, again, it's that gut feeling that we recognize that there's something wrong, but we don't know what it is, so we tend to push it out of our minds. So if you're noticing that there is someone who's saying, this child just seems really off and they're, spending all this time with younger kids alone, and all this sexual talk and using porn, then you want to know that, okay, this is something that I should investigate. And again, it's important to mention that that doesn't mean that the kid is an offender or will offend, but this is a red flag. This is a warning sign that we need to begin asking. Just wanted to pause here, John, and see if there's any more comments that people have made, other things that have come up in the chat.
Yes, so I was actually, I was sent a private message. This person doesn't want to be known. They didn't comment. But they did say there was an inappropriate relationship in their high school choir. They always saw a student assistant in the choir director's office, and they said it was when you were asking if anyone remembered a time where they noticed an inappropriate relationship. And they said they later learned that the choir director was abusing that girl.
Ah.
And someone sent that to me privately.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for whoever sent that. Thank you for sharing that. I think that's a really common experience, and what you went through was common. And sometimes we see those things, we don't quite know what to do, especially if we're younger. We don't quite know what it means or if we should do anything. But that's very typical, and that situation speaks to some of the signs that I was talking about before, spending a lot of time with one person, having them alone in a space, noticing that there is just this closeness between these two people. That is the very clear sign. So thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that.
And I do have one more comment. They said, I've heard that kids who abuse other kids have likely been abused themselves. Is that true?
Oh, that is such a good question. That is such a good question. And we have to look at research when we make statements like that. And I think there's a very slippery slope, a dangerous slope for us to have assumptions, right? Because what if you are abused as a kid? If the assumption is then that you will go on to be an abuser, then that can be very, very dangerous. But I think that what we have to recognize is that anyone can sexually abuse someone else. They don't need to have been abused themselves. They're not necessarily people that we would think of as strange or weird. They could be the most normal people. Having, an abuse history does not mean that you will go on to abuse others. Having an abuse history may mean that you will go on to abuse someone else, but there is no strong research that links those two together. So I hope that answered the question.
Absolutely. Thank you. And one more question.
Yeah.
How can parents tell the difference between their child changing because of abuse and just changing through natural development and or identity development?
Oh my God, these are great questions. These are excellent questions. Sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes it is difficult. And I think when we notice changes, I think a dangerous response would be that we know what's going on because of these changes, right? To be absolutely sure we see our child all of a sudden withdrawing or changing their eating habits or sleeping habits, that all of a sudden that we know something has happened. I think when we see these changes, that's when we want to start investigating. We want to start asking some questions and digging a little bit deeper. So the sign doesn't mean, yes, something bad has happened. These signs that we pick up mean that we need to start getting involved in a non-invasive and scary way in a kid's life, but begin to develop a plan and to do some investigation to find out, is something really happening? Because I have a 14-year-old and every month it seems he has a new behavior and there's been some change. But I think we're really looking for dramatic changes where you really get the sense that, wow, like this is not typical for my kid to be acting this way.
Great. Thank you so much.
Sure. That's actually a great segue into the last few moments of what I want to talk about, which is, what do you do if you suspect that something might be wrong? And what are a few things that you as a parent can do to prevent sexual abuse from happening? If you suspect abuse, as in the story that we just heard from someone, the comment, there's 5 steps that you want to take. The first is get yourself educated. And listening to this conversation is an excellent way to do that. Educate yourself. There's a great website called Stop It Now, which is accessible at stopitnow.org. And they have everything from soup to nuts about child sexual abuse. That's all they do. All they do is intervention and awareness and prevention. So, go to that website, start reading up on things, get yourself knowledgeable. The second thing you want to do is you want to talk to somebody. You want to connect with someone who is experienced with this type of thing and talk about this situation and get their input and their guidance. Sometimes we want to run solo with things, right? We're either embarrassed or unsure. And so we just sort of launch forward and take action. But really, what is a smart and wise approach is to pause and to talk to someone who's really knowledgeable and get their insight and their guidance. There are lots of helplines. There are lots of, places you can call, chats, email. Again, Stop It Now is a great place to start that type of interaction and communication. But there are lots of people out there who can help. Second step, this is the thing that many of us are afraid of, legitimately, is talk to the child, talk to the kid, right? And sometimes it can be as simple as, I notice something's going on in your life, whatever that may be, right? I know something's going on and I'm concerned about you. I just want to let you know that you can tell me anything. You can tell me about anything that's happening with you. I'm a safe person. I'm not going to laugh at you. I'm not going to judge you, think you're a bad person. You're not going to get in trouble. You can come and talk to me about anything. And when I think back to my own experience, if someone had said that to me, perhaps I would have confided in them, but nobody ever, people noticed that something was wrong, but nobody ever told me that. So I didn't think that they would listen. Right? So you just begin to interact. And again, going back to talk to somebody who's experienced in this, because they can probably give you some tips of things you can say to a child that are gentle, right? Because what we don't want to do is interrogate a kid who might already be traumatized by something. We want to go gently. Fourth thing to do, create an action plan. Figure out, after the first 3 steps have been taken, okay, this is what I'm going to do. And sometimes that may involve the 5th step, which is reporting. And oftentimes people are very scared of reporting. They're afraid that they're going to get somebody in trouble. They're afraid they don't have enough evidence or enough facts. And so they're afraid of calling, say, their local law enforcement or child protective services because they're not quite sure. But we want to remember that any suspected or known cases of child sexual abuse have to be reported to keep other kids safe. Not only this child safe, but other kids. So in our last few minutes, here are a few things that you can do to begin to be a preventive person on this topic. Know your stuff and educate yourself. And I talked about that and stressed that a couple of times throughout this talk. Don't bury your head in the sand, right? Poke around, investigate, get yourself up to speed on child safety. One thing you can do with all of the kids in your life, particularly your own kids, is to do what is called creating body safety rules, right? And body safety rules are, these are the things that you can do with my child's body. These are the things that you can't, right? And so these are rules that not only you can have with the members of your own household, but these are also rules that you can communicate to other people who are in your child's life, like teachers or parents of your kids' friends or other people that they know well, right? For instance, I'll give you a couple of examples. Nobody touches my child anywhere that a bathing suit covers, right? Another body safety might be, no one comes into contact with my child at all without asking. Nobody can put their hands on my child's body without asking first. Another body safety rule might be, cannot be alone with my child. Can't help my child in the bathroom if they're old enough to use the bathroom by themselves. No one touches you without your consent, right? So these are rules, and these send the message that there is certain behavior with your child or with other kids that's unacceptable, right? And it sends a message to your child of what's considered right and wrong, and it sends a message to other people in your child's life that these are things that they cannot do. Get to know those that your child knows best, right? So I mentioned earlier in the presentation about how the stranger is the one we're afraid of, but actually it's the people who have a constant presence in our kids' life. Those are the people that are most likely to abuse our child. So get to know them, shake their hand, have conversations, invite them over, really help to develop that relationship. It also sends the message to this person that, oh, this is a parent who's involved, and enforce your expectations about their behavior and their interaction with your kid, because offenders will choose children to abuse that they think they can get away with it, right? It's very, very calculated. So let these adults and other youth in your life know you are involved with your child. You are watching, right? If you're concerned about your kid's safety in an organization like a church or a school or a sports team or other type of organization, you can ask, what is your sexual abuse prevention policy? Now, if you get a response that says, we don't have one, or we don't employ people like that here, or there's a really vague answer, that's a warning, right? Because as an offender, if you want to go work for one of these places to get access to kids, you're going to work for a place that doesn't have a sexual abuse prevention policy. So ask and listen to what they tell you. And I will talk about one more because I see that we're just about out of time. This is a biggie. This is something I did with my son from day one. Talk about and practice consent at home. And by consent, I don't mean sexual consent. I mean getting permission to do anything, right? Many of us growing up were told, go hug your grandmother or go kiss your grandfather. And as a kid, you might not have even had the possibility to say no. Or if you said no, maybe you got in trouble for that. We don't want to send the message to a kid that there's things that they have to do that make them uncomfortable, right? Always, as your kids get older in age appropriate ways, talk about how they can get permission from other people in their lives to be touched or to do just about anything. And that will send the message to your kids, everyone in your family, that permission is really, really important, that nobody has the right to touch another person without them saying it's okay. So I'm going to wrap up now. I want to give you 2 resources before I go. I mentioned this one a couple of times already. Stopitnow.org should be a next step for getting yourself up to speed on child sexual abuse. And there's also a great prevention book that was written by my friend Feather Berkower called Off Limits: A Parent's Guide to Keeping Kids Safe from Sexual Abuse. It's a great read. You can get it off of Amazon or get it at a bookstore. It's called Off Limits: A Parent's Guide to Keeping Kids Safe from Sexual Abuse. So thank you so much for sticking in there for 45 minutes and listening to me talk about child sexual abuse. And if anyone wants to contact me, you can reach me through my website. Let me give you the Incest Aware website. That'll be the easiest. It's incestaware.org. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And we will put your resources and your website in the video description. So this is going to be recorded and edited and posted later as well. So we will make sure all of it gets included. And will you be sticking around for the Q&A in about 15 minutes?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, great. Because there were
questions.
some more questions came in, but I would like to save those for the end because maybe the other speakers might want to chime in as well. So thank you, Ms. Suzanne, and we will see everyone in about 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I see that we have Jace and Suzanne back with us. I don't know if Father Blatchford is back. I know he had to step away to do some prayers. But as soon as he's back, I'm sure he will hop on. It's
You
good to
guys
see
turn
you,
my video
Jace.
off.
Oh, you
Y'all
just
turn
have
my
your
video
video
off.
off, Father?
You turned it off.
Oh,
can't turn
I'm
it back
sorry.
on. That's okay.
Let me see. Okay, you should be able to turn it on. There we go. Wonderful. Well, I wanted to thank all of you for your time. What a wonderful resource we have here in this video. And as I've mentioned before, this will be edited and reposted again with all of your links and sources in the description. And so I wanted to reiterate my gratitude to you guys, the speakers. And I wanted to also echo some of the comments, also thanking you. So I wanted to start out with some questions, and I guess as sort of a logistical thing, I will sort of direct a question at one of you, and then it'll kind of go into like a free-for-all discussion of it, and then we can move on to the next one if that works for you guys. Okay, so Jace, someone had a question for you. And this definitely has some notations of the other talks as well. But Jace, someone asked you about emotionally immature parents and how they can affect the sexual. This person used nature of their children, and especially has to do with abuse and the talk. And so the floor is yours, Jace, to start.
I love this question so much. What a beautiful question, and so much self-knowledge I'm hearing in this as well, because we would love to think that somehow we all come into adulthood and we're healthy and we know what we're doing and we've got it together. Not true. So not true. We can seem that way, right? But it's not necessarily true. What is true is a lot of us grew up with parents doing their absolute best, rocking it to the best of their ability, who themselves were not all put together and had it all figured out, right? So each generation, we're passing this down. And yeah, that can mean a lack of emotional intelligence or emotional maturity. And then we're bringing in the sexual component to it as well. So the biggest thing I would hope someone would take away from this, especially as a parent, you got to deal with you first. And, please do your homework assignment that I included. Do your investigation. What lessons were you taught? What things have you learned since then, right? We all have life under us. We've all been out there. We've learned our own lessons. Let's not just live with what we were given, but pause down continuously as adults and investigate and evaluate how we're showing up. Does it align with who I want to be and the life I want to live? When we can get our own things locked in a fluid way, we're always changing, right? But when we can come into that place of acceptance and love for ourselves, that self-knowledge that I'm hearing in this question so much, then that naturally comes out when we're engaging with our families. When I deal with my sexual shame and confusion, I'm not presenting sexual shame and confusion to you just naturally. The flip side of that as well is if I haven't done my stuff, I can say all the right words, but kids feel it. We're told things, right? But we watch our parents. We observe our parents. And most importantly, as a survival mechanism, our brain actually alters and is developed based on our parents' emotional state and stability. So if that has come into a healthy space, which can happen through your own self-work, bring in a guide, bring in an outside source. Oh my goodness, don't do this alone. I love what we were hearing earlier. We're not meant to do things alone. We are meant to be a team as humans. Get your team together so that you are in an emotionally mature space. And then you don't even have to worry about it. You don't have to be thinking about it because that's just how you're going to show up in your family. And because I'm a selfish person, I'm going to say for my sake as a person in society, oh, please do that. Please be raising these healthy children because the rest of us have to live with them as well. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly right. Exactly right. And Suzanne, that kind of echoes one of your last points about creating that culture of consent and that culture of self-awareness in your home. So if you would like to speak to that as well.
Definitely. I mean, as I love Jace's perspective on that. And when I think back to my own experience, I'm a father-daughter incest survivor. My mom had 3 kids by the time she was 22, completely economically dependent on my father for her living, wound up with 6 kids within about 13 years and had very few choices and very few options. And I think, even back then, the year, I won't reveal my age, but the year that I was born, it was the publication of the first comprehensive book on child sexual abuse. So the year I was born, there was no way that my mother would have been able to get any information about this topic. So, I mean, we have really come a long, long way in terms of our willingness to talk about this issue and the information and research and data that's out there. I think many of us might think back to our childhoods and say, oh my God, my parents really bungled it. They really bungled it. They didn't talk about, any sexuality issues, anything about birth control, about making responsible choices, none of that. And so today, I think there's a lot more pressure on parents, rightly so, to get these things right. And I think what's great now is there's so many resources out there to help people handle these topics in a way that you are not crawling with anxiety, because I recognize that. I mean, I have a son I've had to have all the talks with, I talk to people about this stuff all the time. Oh, it's different when you're talking to your child. So there are lots of resources that people can access. And I think it's really important to educate yourself and to examine, as Jace was alluding to examine your own biases, your own experience. Many of us have sexual abuse histories, which means we're probably going to have issues with boundaries and trauma. We're going to bring that into our parenting. So really examining ourselves is definitely a key to that. That's a great question.
Father, could you speak at all to it? And maybe perhaps this has to do with that agape love that you spoke about?
Sure. Well, I think a lot of what we're talking about could be summed up under the heading of emotional intelligence, awareness of what you're feeling, the ability to control in a healthy way, not repressing, but like integrating way, when those things come up, and then being able to respond to somebody in a way that they need, as opposed to the way that I feel would be best for me, or maybe out of emotion or stress or what have you. And it's that kind of emotional intelligence, when we cultivate that in our children, especially, right, that makes them actually very pleasant people to be with in society. Someone who's able to hear what others say, receive it, and respond in kind. That's a lot of the work that when an individual comes to us and they say, Father, we want to try and live according to the teachings of the Catholic Church, and we have some questions. A lot of it is emotional intelligence about what they're feeling themselves. We don't actually say, oh, you have to do this, you have to do that. It's like, well, what are you feeling? Why do you feel it? What are your beliefs? How do you feel about that? Right? To become more aware of it, because a lot of where these things come from that all of us have talked about is this like impatient, like finding the next fix, and we're actually cultured to do that by big tech, not to get into a big conspiracy, but like that's marketing. No, marketing is about getting that like almost Pavlovian response to something. And social media is built for that. It was built by a bunch of 30-year-olds for that, not because out of malice, but just out of, kind of ignorance. Like they wanted to make money and they wanted it to work. And so we have to think about that, I would say, as parents and as leaders and ministers to like kind of say, okay, let's become aware of those internal things going on. Let's be able to have those conversations and to realize, sorry, I kind of went off topic, but the other thing I wanted to say was, so I'm the oldest of 10 kids, 8 boys and 2 girls. And my parents never told us until we were grown, like, well, the reason we did this was because we wanted this result when you were 18. So most of us only know parenting from being parented. And so it's important to reach out to others, to talk to those who you think have done a good job according to your values and your beliefs, and say, well, why'd you do that? How'd you make how'd you get your kids to keep going to church? How'd you, to ask these questions to those people in the community that have gone through that. The other thing that it does is it gives them the possibility, or not the possibility, but it makes them feel wanted, especially since you're probably asking people that are more in like the elder generation who want to be wanted, and they have this wisdom. And that builds more community. It's that more interrelatedness, we need to be what is it? Interpersonally, no, interrelated, independently interrelated. I always get it wrong. But like we're supposed to be in deep, abiding relationships where we can express our views and seek out our identity, but that we're tied together with all these people, Sorry, I totally digressed, but that's what I wanted to say. It's kind of fit with it.
Yeah, Jace.
Can I jump in with one on interdependent? I think is the
Thank
word
you.
you're
Yeah.
looking for. And I want to just put it out there, and let's organize a whole other conference around this. But social media was not designed in ignorance. It was designed very specifically with the reward system and the survival system in mind. It actually came from studies done on how to engage kids in learning and how to bring their brain and their bodies into wanting to continue online learning. And then some people thought, we can make some money off of this. You're right about that. Addiction specialists are on staff for the social media platforms. It is not accidental. They are designed very specifically to be addictive. There are a lot of good things about social media, and I know it's integrated in our kids' lives, but again, let's organize another conference around this or do some reading, because that is a very strategic industry that is targeting kids directly to be lifelong consumers.
I agree. And maybe that can be next year's Informing Catholic Families topic, right? Social media. I love that. And Suzanne, someone did ask during your talk, they said, you mentioned child, you mentioned children, kids, but what we may define in a worldly or secular sense as child, the image we conjure up is somewhere around maybe 6 to 8 years old. But could you speak to maybe the older children? I know we had that question about the high school student. And a lot of what you have to say does relate to those older children, correct?
Yes. I mean, it's the trouble of language. We don't have great words to differentiate between kids of different ages, youth, child, sort of all means the same thing. But absolutely, the concepts and the data and the things that I was talking about a few moments ago, that it all applies. I think we have special concerns and considerations when kids get older. One of them is that they have more independence. And as a parent, you're less involved in their life when they don't want you to be. They're out more. They have a job. They have a girlfriend, boyfriend. They don't want you to know what's going on. I know this very well with my son. He's 14. All of a sudden, it's like mom needs to just step back and step away. But that can be a particularly vulnerable time in a kid's life because they still need that guidance. They still need people to be involved, know what they're doing, be able to, give them advice and listen and have somebody to listen. And so I think it becomes more challenging as they get older to be able to observe the things that we can observe a lot more easily in a younger child, to see those changes I was talking about. When children or older youth are sexually abused, you are going to see changes in them. But we don't always recognize them. We don't recognize them as being potentially problematic or indication of something that's problematic. But yes, all the content of the presentation I gave is totally appropriate to older youth as well. Just keeping in mind that that's also a time that kids are exploring their own sexuality. They're engaging in sexual relationships. So there's that other complicated twist in there. And sometimes as a parent, we want to put our hands up and be like, we don't want to know too much about what our kids are doing. Like we should, but the anxiety around sex and sexuality in our country makes it such where some parents, they just really don't want to hear it because they don't know how to respond, or makes you just anxious. So yeah, it can be a very complicated time, but definitely affects older kids as well.
I wonder if parents are also kind of nervous because, like, for instance, if you explain to a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old, pornography is pictures of people with little or no clothes on, right? Like, so they're going to ask if that's pornography for the next week for everything they see until they understand it. But then like they don't have the history that a 40-year-old does when he says the word pornography or she says the word, right? Like we've seen it, we've been exposed to it, right? We don't, parents forget sometimes, I think, when they're going to talk about these, like they're really nervous about it because they're thinking like, I remember looking at my dad and I'm like, I'm the oldest of 10. Like, I know what he's thinking. Like, but like, I'm not thinking about those things because that's not my history, you know? And it becomes I think, I wonder if maybe we feel awkward because we're reading some of our emotions and memories and experiences into that, when we have to remember that they may not have those, and they may be very confused or just want to know some more. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to co-opt, but that's something that I've noticed in talking with parents and talking with my own parents.
Can I jump in there for a quick
for
follow-up? I'm
it.
so glad that you said that. And I think it speaks to the need for us to not be afraid to reach out to get help and guidance on how to talk about these types of issues. There are great books and websites that are sort of if you're a step-by-step person, you want to just, you want to know how to do something, you can find out the language that you should be using with a 4-year-old versus an 8-year-old versus a 12-year-old. These are the things that 4-year-olds are naturally curious about, and it's different than a 16-year-old. So the more we can learn about best practices, and the more we can learn from other people who do this for a living, because there are some people that this is their thing, sexuality education, they can help. But I think sometimes we tend to want to go it alone and just go with maybe what our parents did with us or what we think might be right. And so I always tell people, just ask for help so that you don't make those kind of, blunders or misassumptions like that you were saying, Father.
Right.
Oh, I'd
Jace?
love to add a piece in there as well if we've got the time for it. Just add a little real life experience into what you're saying, Father. In my family, so I come from 3 girls. My big sister had 3 girls as well, and we're doing a very different job as a family than past generations. One of which is around addiction. Addiction is something that runs in the family. It is a family thing. And we began discussing it years ago as a family, just as a thing that's part of our family, not demonizing it, not making a huge deal out of it. It's just something that we're mindful of. And different members of the family have engaged in healing around that. And I remember I was just retelling this story a couple of days ago that my oldest niece, who's now 15, she was younger, and we were talking about something. She goes, "Oh, Auntie's at a meeting." I said, "Do you know what kind of meeting she's at?" "Yeah, it's so she can be healthy and she has addiction. So she's at her meeting." And I'm like, okay. I'm like, I go to meetings like that too, right? And she goes, "Yeah, I know, addiction. We gotta think about it." And she's like 9, 10 years. And she's just like, "Yep, that's a thing in the family." It wasn't scary. She doesn't have the whole like you're saying, she doesn't have the whole history. And she didn't need to know the details. I didn't sit her down and be like, "Well, let me tell you what sex addiction looks like." Like, no, we didn't have that conversation, but we normalized it in the family from a young age as just a safe topic to discuss without stigma. And sex can be done in just the same way, where then it's just an open dialogue where anything's on the table for discussion. And I love what you're saying, Suzanne, about doing that in the proper language at different age groups. Game changer, absolute game changer. And of course, I'm gonna bring it back. We all had to have our own shame dealt with so that we could just put it out like, this is a thing in the family, and we all deal with it in our own ways, and we do it as a family. And if I had the shame around that, I wouldn't have been able to do that.
Right. I love that. I love that. And it goes back to Father's comments about how the overarching theme here is the emotional maturity. So I do have a more practical question. It came out during your talk, Suzanne, but again, feel free, everybody, to chime in on it. They asked, what age should our kids stop seeing us, the parents, naked? And honestly, as a parent, as of a 13-month-old myself, that is a good question. So Suzanne, if maybe you could speak to that first.
Sure, I'll jump in. I mean, I think with any question like this, I'm always conscious of the fact that there are cultural norms. And so I just speak as a middle-class white heterosexual woman coming to this question, but keeping in mind that families and cultures define what is considered acceptable and unacceptable in a lot of different ways. But I think the fact that someone is asking that is the first solution to figuring out what the answer is, because some families don't, I can tell you in my family, people walked around, naked up until the time that I was in high school and beyond. There was never a sense that like, there needs to be a boundary around your personal space with family members. There was no recognition that that was even something worth talking about, right? So I think rather than putting an age on it, I would suggest to people that they first think about what is important to them around boundaries. I can tell you for myself with my son, when he started to have a recognition that there was differences between, men and women, girls and boys, when he started to pick up on those differences, that to me provided a clue. Like this is the time when he's really making observations and learning from me and setting his own values and perceptions. This is a time for me to ask, like, what type of boundary do I want to have with my kid? Growing up in my family, because nobody, worried about putting on clothes in front of other people. For me, it was really important that I do that in my house. And I think, the earlier actually, the better, to make sure that you are sending the message to your child that this is your body. You should have consent before somebody touches it or even sees it, right? What we don't want to send the message of, like we got to cover up because this is like wrong to see, breasts or genitals or whatever. We don't want to send the negative message that there's something wrong with the human body, but more that it's an empowering experience of, I'm going to show this to people when I feel like it's right and when I'm ready. And so putting on the clothes does send that message, but it's something I think that should be discussed in families and also be grounded in our own belief systems and our cultural systems. Sorry, I didn't give an age.
No, no, absolutely. I
I
think you approached that the right way. Father, do you have any input on that? Maybe from your perspective of your apostolate, maybe?
We tend to deal with people who are a little bit later in life. I would say that Suzanne is pretty accurate. The only other comment I would make is along the lines of the empowerment for the consent, almost like a stewardship, right? Like this is a gift that has been given to me by God that I am a steward of. And, coming from a religious side, you could say, okay, well, here is what God expects out of my stewardship according to his law and according to his plan. And it's my job to make that determination, right? And we can squander it, but, to teach, like you were saying, that this is something that you're responsible for and those kind of things, I think is very important. And then to see it in the big picture.
Jace, anything to add?
The only thing coming to mind is I had this treasure chest when I was a kid, and I put all of my most special things, the things that were so precious to me, like my New Kids on the Block tape and really important stuff like that went into the treasure chest. And it was something I would only share with special people. Like my closest friends got to see the treasure chest because they had earned some trust. And I was like, okay, you get to come into this sacred space of mine. That's very different than things I had shame about that I hid away from others. So when we're talking about the body, and Suzanne makes such a good point, there's a difference between, hey, this is mine and I get to decide who sees it or who touches it. And it's a beautiful, sacred, amazing thing that doesn't have to be out in the world for everything. That's so different than the space I grew into of, taking scalding hot showers because I hated my body so much. And I just wanted to be apart from my skin and things. Like very different worlds we're talking about here. So I come back to like just honoring our sacredness instead of spending so much of our time and energy focused on the darker side of it or the sinful side of it, or that it's bad. It's like, okay, to each their own. But it's also amazing and sacred. And that's a special thing that we get to honor. And we don't have to think about guarding it, but honoring it. Those are different feelings for me.
Definitely. I love that perspective. And honestly, it reminds me of Bishop Robert Barron's analogy to Wrigley Field and how there's all the security, but it's because they love taking care of Wrigley Field so much. But I love that imagery. There was also another question that sort of had to do with facts and figures from the quantitative side, especially as we talk about demographics, age ranges, and things of that nature. And this person asked, how accurate are our facts and research in an area that so often goes unreported and undetected? If it is not comprehensive, is there any danger in relying on incomplete data? And if there's anyone who would care to take a stab at that first, please feel free. Maybe Suzanne?
Well, I can jump in here because I think the topic area that I have is very driven by research and data. It's funny when I give a lot of talks, and every now and then someone from the audience, virtual or in person, will pipe up and say, I heard that X, Y, and Z statistic is actually not true, and this is why it's not true. And rather than getting into a debate about the accuracy or the truth or the comprehensiveness of research, I back up and I say, let's look at what we know. Let's look at the body of all of the research and statistics and data and facts that we have. What can we conclude from it? Because sometimes it's like a forest for the trees sort of thing, where we don't want to get too caught up. I mean, like with, Jace talking about addiction and me talking about sexual abuse, we know these are serious problems. And if we get stuck too much on the research and the data and how much can we really pinpoint exactly what percentage of boys are molested, then we will lose the bigger picture, which is boys are being molested. We can no longer not deal with this. We need to deal with it. So to focus the energy and the attention on the actual problem, which is verified by tons of data and tons of research. There are areas, though, in sexual assault that we don't know much about. And I think when we don't know enough, we have to find out. That should be a priority area for research. And incest abuse is one of those areas. We do not have good data. We have to sort of extrapolate from other data that's out there to have a good understanding of what the true nature of the problem is. And so there's always a place for more research, but let's not get too lost on little individual facts and instead look at the problem a little more globally.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to chime in on that?
Sure, I would. So I just finished a degree in the Masters of Psychology, studying the statistics side of it, sadly. I'm not a big statistics fan, but part of the reason that the other thing that we should remember when we're looking at all these things is just to be careful and prudent, right? It's very easy. I remember it was probably in the 90s, there was a spat of child snatchings in the US, and my mother freaked out and we couldn't go outside without an adult. And eventually she got over that. But statistically, it was very insignificant, right? But news-wise, it was statistically very high, as insofar as everybody was covering it. And so we have to be prudent, right? So we learn the things about what does grooming look like, what grooming behaviors look like. We have the antenna up. We make sure we get to know people, but we also allow for prudence and moderation so that we can teach our children independence and critical thinking in these situations, not to leave them alone and not protect them, but so that as they grow and they get older, we're giving them the tools so that they can then make these decisions and go, I see this behavior going on in my own life. I need to go talk to somebody now that I'm an adult. I see that with that adult, right? And they don't have to necessarily go through a class on it. But we've not talked about it. And it's not been something that, whether it's incest abuse or sexual addiction or drug addiction, these are not things that we normally talk about. And so it's important for parents to become aware, take that which is good, right? Share it with their children, and then encourage them to use the information independently, but also to learn about it themselves. Because there's, Koheleth says there's nothing new under the sun. Vanity of vanities, all things are vanity. If you go back to the early years of the church, there's a guy named Evagrius of Pontus. And if you read his work, training monks to avoid sin, it reads like a cognitive behavioral therapy manual. So we have so many resources throughout history that we can go to learn about these things. We have the research we have now. And what we need to do is apply it to our own lives, but then help others to integrate it into theirs so that they don't have to just go through a class or just read the research on the statistics or whatnot. The statistics are good to help us understand how important it is to learn it, but it can also just be something that we kind of integrate after we learn it. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Right. In other words, to become practitioners of the good.
Mhm.
Right. Absolutely. Jace, did you have anything to add before we moved on to the next question?
Sure, yeah. I'll echo, yes, please raise independent thinking children. Like, yes, think for yourself. Absolutely. And I'll chime in with sex addiction being such a highly stigmatized area that research on it is really difficult because people don't step forward to participate in studies or anything like that. And what's really sad is there's just as much stigma for seeking treatment for sex addiction as there is for being in active sex addiction. You're just asking for a lose-lose situation as a society in that area. And so what I would say with that, we talk about the different manuals and things like that. The DSM-5, which is our most recent one that American counselors go off and everything, deemed that sex addiction, we don't know enough. We don't have enough research on it to count it as like a real thing. Well, yeah, of course, there's not enough research on it. People won't come forward about it. They keep being told it's not a real thing. So we've caught ourselves in a real catch-22 here when so many other parts of the world are like, yeah, obviously this thing. We know how the brain works. We know how sex affects the brain. Yeah, what are we doing here, people? Of course. And there are specifics on like, what is addiction? What are the criteria for it? And what behaviors and substances play into that, which are a lot. We have a lot built into our reward system. So I'll leave you in saying, if that is your personal experience, if you are experiencing these things and you're like, oh, I meet those criteria, go seek help. Who cares about the research? Honor your true experience. It is true for you. If your life is not aligned with who you want to be, living the life you want to live, we'll go find another way. There's so many people out there dealing with all sorts of things and we're just not talking about it. So yay for research. I'm a big nerd myself, so I love to read, I love to research. But if the research doesn't match your personal experience, don't invalidate your personal experience. Do what you need to do for you.
Absolutely.
John, could I jump in with
So
one
much.
other very quick comment, a quick follow-up? It's a great segue from what Jace just said, which is,
Please do.
I think hearing about people's personal experience is vital. That if, 1 in 4 girls, what does that mean, right? 1 in 4 girls is molested. You don't really have a sense of the enormity of that, but you talk to one of those girls and you find out, or one of those boys, and you find out the hell that their life has been and the other wreckage that is around it because one person decided to abuse that individual. Then you get a sense of like the scope of it and the enormity of it. And so I think sometimes we rush to research to tell us everything there is to know. Well, when you talk about sex addiction and sex abuse, most people have no idea about the suffering that people go through trying to cope with these traumas. And so look at the research and also listen to people's stories so you really can understand the issue in a way that data will never tell you.
Yes, I love that. Father, did you want to add anything? Oh, okay. I saw you unmuted. So
Just to tag
Please.
on to that as well, to what something you were saying earlier, Father, is ask more questions, ask for more information instead of like, oh, you've been abused. Okay, I know what that means. Oh, you have sex addiction. Okay, I know what that means. No, like I loved that part of your initial talk. Like, oh, okay, you have sex addiction. What is that? How does that show up for you? What does that mean for you? How's that affecting your life? Or, oh, wow, you went through childhood abuse. Like, okay, what did that, if you're comfortable talking, what did that look like for you? Like create that safe space through not assuming we know what that person's experience is. I don't know that any better advice could ever be given to anyone than just seek the story for that person individually. Oh, that's it. That's another game changer right there. Yeah.
Well, and I think that's one of those, it's like right out of the gospel too, right? Like the woman condemned for adultery. Well, I don't condemn you, go and sin no more. Like he sat there and loved her. The Samaritan woman at the well, the rich young man, Jesus looking at him, loved him and said, right? Like he loved him and all these things. He didn't necessarily agree with everything they said and said it was all okay and etc. But he loved them and he received their story first and he spoke the truth and he yearned for them to be with him, right? And he did that with his apostles over a long period of time. So We got to be able to do the same. We have to invest ourselves and suffer with whoever's in front of us, receive what they have to give, and speak into that truth, in a way that's kind and inspires to virtue.
I love that. And it, it honestly reminds me of St. Thomas Aquinas's definition of love, which is to will the good of the other despite the self. And it's very reflective of that. I love that. And I know we're about out of time, but there was one last question, a more of a practical question, again, about raising children. And they said, how important is it that we teach our children the proper names of their anatomy in case they ever want to talk to us about them? Jace, I see those fingers. We can start with you.
Oh, yay, please. I love this question. What an intelligent question to be asking. Yes, thank you. Not just so that we can have conversations about it, but if we aren't giving things their accurate name, we're building shame right into them. We're saying that thing is too shameful to even call by name, right? Like it's Voldemort, the thing that shall not be named. Like, right, we know that's a bad thing. That's a bad dude, right? We don't want to mess with that guy. Beetlejuice, don't call that guy in here. When we do that, when we're calling these things our pee-pee or flower or cookie, it's like, this thing is not okay. Shh, we don't want to give it a name, right? It's a vagina. It's a penis. We're adults. Grow up. Call it the thing. And there are guidelines on different ways to incorporate this at different ages. But even more than the language in order to have the conversation, the language so they know it's just a part of their body and the body is wonderful and amazing. Because here's the thing. If I grow up already having shame around my body, those things about consent and boundaries and all that, I don't even think my body's worth, protecting, because I've already been told it's not okay. I cannot reiterate this enough. There just cannot be shame in raising a family or loving another. They don't go together. We talked earlier, Father, about love, virtue and sin. They don't go together. Love and fear, they can't coexist. Shame and love cannot coexist. If shame is part of the equation, love is not, despite your best intentions. I'm so sorry, but they just don't go together. So call it a vagina. Bring the labia into the mix. Like, they're just words. Like, this is my hand. These are my toes. These are my breasts. We're adults. Call it out. Not that I have strong opinions on this or anything.
Boom. Wow. Boom. You got it. You hit it on the head, Jace. I would also add to that too, that, kids will often reveal information in ways that we don't understand as adults if we don't know their language. And so there's also this sort of classic case of like the little girl, saying to a teacher, oh, my aunt eats my cookie all the time. Right. And the teacher's like, oh, the aunt's taking the chocolate chip cookies from her plate. Right. Not realizing that cookie is the pet word that the aunt gave to the vagina of the girl. Right. So we also want to make sure that we are all using the same language so that we can talk about these body parts and sexuality in a way that we are all on the same page. So I'm not a fan of any sort of like pet, names and words and all of that. And I think that does tend to happen in families where there is incest abuse, but also a lack of boundaries. You tend to see that happen a lot. And it's a way of sort of sheltering the conversation and keeping information secret and private. Yeah. Great question, though. Awesome question.
But there's also, I think, a little bit of a balance with that. Sometimes parents get worried and like, well, we have to talk about the biomechanics of sex and how it works. And like, as a priest, I'm here to tell you, I've never married a couple and had them come later and go, we were naked together after we got married and we couldn't figure it out, Father. Right? Like, it's a natural thing. It's been a natural thing since the dawn of man. Like, it's okay. And so, like, if we're uncomfortable focusing on that stuff, well, we can use the right names still and have normal conversation about all these other things. And like, there is that balance there for sure. But like, I don't know, it's natural to us. Like, it's literally written into our DNA. Like, we can't change it no matter how much we want. It's written into our DNA. And so like, just have a conversation about it. Oh man, I get so worked up. Sorry. I had a bunch of college students that I had to teach this stuff to. Like, they had sex ed, but they didn't have like, the fullness of, like sexuality. They didn't understand what sexuality was. They knew how to put a rubber on and they knew what things went where, but like, They didn't understand the beauty of the human body and the beauty of a relationship between a man and a woman. And if we don't talk about those things, nobody will. As parents, those are the things we have to talk about, especially, the relationship between a man and a woman and sexuality and how all that fits into it in God's plan and in the world and in the family, because who else is going to talk about it? Usually sex educators don't talk about all those things. And that's a generalization, so I don't want to call anybody out, but it's very common that they don't talk about those things in the way that we're talking about them today. And it's a very important part. So just keep that in mind too. Sorry.
Right. And if I may, if we don't in the family and in the home in a safe and secure way, full of love, like we said, pornography will fill that hole, or the world will, or TikTok will, or Snapchat will. And I very much like that part of your talk, Jace, that we can't replace that. And or it can't replace us, rather, but anyway, that is it for the questions. And I know, especially with this panel, we could talk until the cows come home. So if any of you would like to give any parting words before we end, you're more than welcome to. But other than that, that will be the end. So I will let the three of you have the final word before we sign off.
I guess one thing I wanted to say was talk to your kids about porn and talk to them about it now, because they're probably looking at it, even if they're not doing it out of malice. Working in a college setting as a chaplain, 25 guys at the Newman Center, 30 guys at the Newman Center, none of them didn't have a problem with porn. And all of them were exposed before the age of 13 at school, except for 2 cases where there was some other stuff. So, and that's just the reality we live in. They need accountability. They don't need to be beaten up for it. They don't need to be shamed for it, but we need to have a frank conversation about, hey, oh, this is something you're interested in. Why are you interested in it? Why do you desire this? It's easy for us to, for lack of a better term, respond to the lizard brain when we don't feel good, the animal side of us, to kind of just give into those urges to comfort ourselves. And that is one of the, I would say that's one of the most common things I hear in the confessional. And it's one of the most common things I deal with on a regular basis when I try to work with people who are trying to live out healthy and virtuous lives, whether it be at Courage or just in the parish. So straight or not, or gay or same-sex attracted, opposite sex attracted, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Everybody seems to be struggling with it. Boys and girls too. That's all I have to say.
Everyone in between.
Yeah.
Right. Jace?
I want to conclude just by saying thank you, guys, for putting this on. This was a courageous conference to put on. When I kept telling people the content and who's coming in, and they kept being like, and they're a Catholic organization, they're willing to have these, and they're like, and they brought you in, and I was like, they know who I am. I don't know. I made sure, but this was such a courageous conference with so much love behind it. Love for your community, love for your families, love for the world. I just really admire you guys for everything that has gone into this, your teams that have made it happen, and the other presenters as well. Side note, if y'all think talking about sex is weird in your families, do it as your job. Like, these are weird jobs that we have. And I know that they're hard earned as well for the other presenters, this is knowledge learned, but knowledge gained as well. So a huge thank you for choosing this as your life's work, or not choosing it, but doing it anyway because it has chosen you, like is the case for so many of us, and for all the participants as well. What a love for the family. What a love for yourself to come and sit, listen to these tough things, maybe some things that oppose your views. And you go, you know what? If that might help my family, if that might give my kid a better shot, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna keep an open heart and an open mind. Wow. Spread that around, please. Please make that contagious to everyone around you. And it is. So thank you all very much for that. And I'll just include as well, in addition to, I love what you said. Nobody gets to the point of sex and goes, we tried, but we couldn't figure it out. Like, there are lots of options and we usually explore most of them. Am I right? We figure it out, but make sure we're including into the conversation the emotional impact sex has, the mental impact that it has, the impact it has on our identity, on our spirituality. And it's a physical thing, but sex hits us on every single level, and it does alter our internal chemistry. So be having a comprehensive, ongoing dialogue with your family and with yourself on how sex and sexuality is integrated into our whole beingness. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Suzanne.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. This was a spectacular opportunity for people to learn about these topics in a way that's very open, right? Very open and conversational. I would leave people with, some advice, which is don't worry too much about making mistakes. I think very often, whether you're a parent or not or whatever, we worry we're going to do the wrong thing, but inaction is the wrong thing, right? So we can't be too hung up on saying the wrong thing to somebody or asking the wrong question. We are going to make mistakes. All of us are going to make mistakes and have biases and judgments and believe a lot of myths. I think what we want to do is we want to seek the truth and we want to seek learning. And we can only do that if we are honest and we are conversing about it. And so I would just leave people with, don't worry about screwing up with your kids or anybody else. Really just ask the questions, take the steps, and also listen. Really and truly listen and try to understand another person's experience. That will help you with the next question rather than being so worried about saying and doing the right thing. But this has been a great experience. I would love to see a conference next year. Of course, I'm not the one putting it on. So, I know there's a lot of work that goes into this and I recognize that, but I think this is a wonderful first step. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Suzanne. And I know our social media guy for the Tennessee Knights of Columbus, Justin, wanted to chime in for a second. So Justin.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you guys so much. First of all, thank you to our great speakers. I apologize for some of the technical issues we have, that such as life of the past 2 years. So really appreciate all you guys do, all your hard work and grateful insight. John, thank you so much for kind of emceeing this and taking the pressure off us. You did a great job. We really appreciate it. On behalf of the state deputy, I know he couldn't be here today. The state officers have a conference call today, all day. So he really appreciates all you guys. And we look forward to maybe working with you guys in the future. For those that are still listening, please do me a favor, hit that like and subscribe button on our YouTube page, and also go check out our Facebook page, Tennessee Knights of Columbus. And we will be sending out this video and links to JC's website and all the videos that you saw today. We will be sending that out very shortly. So again, thank you guys so much for all the hard work that you do.
All right, Justin, did you want to go